Going to talk to you about income tax in the Philippines, and that I will tell you how you have to sign up for your income taxes, where you have to sign up for your income taxes, what items that you will need to make that happen, where to get those items, and how much those items cost. And those items would be receipt books, and you'll also have to have an accountant, which is not expensive at all in the Philippines. And the receipt books are not expensive either, all things considered. And then you'll have to have your identification. So the first thing that you need to know is that if you're earning money online, you're required to pay the Bureau of Internal Revenue Service 3% of your income. And that money is due on the 26th of the quarter, depending on when your taxes started, what type of business you have. It's due on the 26th. But I will make note now that if your taxes are late, the fees, the tax penalties and fees are substantial. I went through this yesterday with another taxpayer in the office. I can't show you the video I made with her, but she was late 3 days. I think it was 3 days last quarter, and she for her taxes were 3,000 pesos. Thank you, Lachenberg. Thank you, my friend. I wish we could have gotten to meet each other when I was in America. Thank you for stopping by. I actually had quite a bit of stuff I wanted to send you, but you never sent me your address, and that's okay. I took a lot of that stuff to the Philippines, and if I ever have to do any kind of machining, I have a lot of. There was quite a bit of materials to build stuff with a lathe and an overhead miller. And Big Al, thank you for stopping by. So getting back, anyway, that was all machinist tools. I mean, I don't need two 6-inch from 0 to 6-inch Starrett micrometers, but I never did get your address, so I couldn't send that stuff to you. Getting back to this woman, you could have used that stuff in your machine shop. I got to tell you, I have those Starrett 0 to 6-inch micrometers, Lachenberg, in the original Starrett wooden box. They were. I know. And what happened is during Hurricane Sandy, the box, all that stuff went underwater, but considering I had them preserved with corrosion block, the micrometers survived. They all work, and there's not a bit of rust on them, but the boxes got destroyed. It would have been a beautiful thing for your shop. I had ID inside, outside micrometers, ball micrometers to measure barrel sizes, and all that stuff. I had a lot of stuff. I know. Well, you probably had everything I had, but I wanted to give it to somebody that would use it. I'm never going to use inside ball micrometers here in the Philippines. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to use that stuff. Certainly won't be using it today. But I probably have easily $5,000 in reamers and micrometers, doubles. Not. I wouldn't give you my first set, but I'd give you my second set. At least someone would have used it. But moving on, in the Philippines, thank you for stopping by as well. In the Philippines, the lady that I was sitting next to in the tax office, She owed 3,000 pesos in the last quarter. Not a problem. Thank you. Thank you for all the great videos you once had on your channel. You gave me, shows you what an actual real family looks like. Your old videos, it's a shame that they all disappeared, but you actually have a real family to be proud of, for sure. So digressing back to the tax business, the lady sitting next to me in the tax office yesterday. Well, first of all, for those people that wanted to prove that I don't pay taxes, well, here is my receipt for yesterday, April 21st, 2021, and my name is Michael Thomas Fazio, and this is my tax identification number, the TIN. It's called the TIN, T-I-N, Tango India November, and this is for yesterday. So the taxes are due on the 26th, but don't wait until the 26th, because 3 or 4 things can happen, and you'll be late, and you'll cry for several reasons. It'll make you cry. Let's say you do decide to go on the 26th. Well, I'm going to tell you something. I've been to the tax office on the 22nd or the 23rd, and the computers were down. Not just the day I went on the 22nd, but the computers were down that day and the next day, which would have been the 23rd. Then the 24th and the 25th were a weekend, and the 26th was a Monday. So now you have 3 days backup. And at the entrance to the tax office, they give out 150 numbers. That's it. So you would have to get there at 7 o'clock in the morning to get a number under 150. Probably by 7:30, the numbers are given out. So you're not going to get in on Monday, which is the 26th. But you woke up and went to the city. So when you went to the city and you didn't get a number, now you're going home. So that day is shot. So on the 27th, let's say you get there on time to get a number, because they're going to be backed up. Well, what if the computers are down again? Wait, you don't understand something about the Philippines. I don't need these. The computers in the Philippines, in the for the country, you know, the province, the city, the business. Jack! Thank you. Jack Thompson is back. From the protesting, Jack Thompson is back on the scene. Thanks for stopping by, Jack. Thank you. So when you get there on the 27th, I saw you left a message on Dennis Adams' channel. That was a great video he posted. He is, by all intent and purposes, the sustenance of a real man. That's for sure. Thank you for stopping by and posting that on Dennis's channel. A real man. Dennis Adams is a real man. Dennis Adam is a real man. He posted a great video today. Number 141. Video number 141. So now you get there on the 27th, and now you're late with your taxes. So this woman, I'm just giving you what can happen. So this woman, instead of paying on the 26th, for whatever reason, we were sitting in the office. There was about a 15-minute wait, because if you go 5 days early, there's no wait. If you go on the 26th, you better expect to wait 2 or 3 hours online to pay your taxes after you get your number. So this woman, for whatever reason, was 3 business days late, but 5 days, including the weekend, late for a 3,000 peso tax roll. So let's just say I paid my taxes on time yesterday. Okay, so my taxes were, here is the receipt that I can show you. Yeah, I could show you this. I crossed off my TIN number. My taxes were 1,375 pesos for my taxes yesterday. So, and that is paid April 21st. And the TIN number is verified. That's TIN verified. Okay, so they're going to give you, so you pay those taxes. But this lady was late. So now she can't come to the tax office. No. She has to bring her TIN number, not necessarily the booklet, but the TIN number. She has to go to the accountant, any accountant, but there is an accountant directly next door to the BIR in Bohol. I mean, you look at the main front entrance in Bohol, you just look at that entrance, and there's a building right next to it. Here's the entrance here, and then the building that you're going to lean against at the entrance is the accounting office. And the accounting fee to process your taxes, believe it or not, it's $2. $2. They will give you this, they'll give you two forms, two big forms that look like this. One is for paying your taxes for your earned income for blogging, and one is for business taxes that you generate from your business itself. So they will fill out those two forms and give you 4 sheets of paper as the forms themselves, all for $2. However, if your taxes are late, then they charge you $4 because they fill out a third form. That's going to screw you up big time. This girl, she was crying. She was good. It destroyed her income for the month. I mean, you know, this is a big amount of money that they charge you for just being 3 days late and 2 days for the weekend. Her penalties were 50%, more than 50% of her taxes. So she cannot go to the tax office now. She has to go to the accountant. Hello, Tudor. There's the man with the steady hands. Tudor Roberts has a channel. He's living in the Philippines, and he has a very attractive Filipina girlfriend, and he's making videos of the northern part of the Philippines. So he's a blogger. If you want to go see what different aspect of the Philippines, please go see Tudor Roberts' channel. You could put the name of one of your videos down on there, Tudor. Tudor has been with me for many years. And if you'd like to put the name of the video down, I can't make you a moderator on this cell phone. I don't know how to use that part of it yet. But Tudor does make videos of Manila and Subic Bay and places like that. So now the girl is late. So she has to go to the accountant's office and pay $4, not $2. Yeah, $4. Okay, so she can't go to the BIR now. What she does have to go to the BIR. This is complicated when you're late. I got to tell you, you're going to wish that you weren't late after you listen to what happened. So she goes to the accountant's office. She pays her $4. Then one of the sheets of paper has to be signed by a BIR officer at the counter number 6 or counter number 8. I forgot which one it is. They're immediately next to each other. But that okays the TIN number from the BIR. But you can't go into the office if you're late. You can't go into the office. You have to leave your paperwork at the front desk with the guard. And the guard will go upstairs with your paperwork. And it only took about 15 minutes, she said, for the guard to come back with the signed paper. But you can't go in the office if your taxes are late. Then you get that piece of paper, and now you have to find a bank that processes your tax paperwork. And there is one somewhere between the Alturas Mall and Build-A-Ware, right in the middle. There's a bank. It's set underneath a building. I forgot the name of it, but that bank processes your late paperwork. And that line on that bank easily is an hour long. Whenever I walk by there to go to Build-A-Ware, there's easily an hour's worth of people on that line, because that does a lot of it's a business bank, and it does all the taxes for most of Bohol. So she has to go to that bank, wait online for about an hour and a half, and when you get in the bank, that's another 45 minutes. Then you pay your 3,000 pesos that she had in taxes, and immediately it's 1,000 pesos for the penalty. So that's 30%. And then it was another 750 pesos to be 3 days late. So that's like another 20%. So she paid 1,750 pesos, which is 60% of her taxes as a penalty for 3 days late. I asked one of the people how many days it would take for the penalty to be equal to the taxes, and for some reason they didn't know, but they said about 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks, whatever your taxes were is 100% of that cost. So you don't want to be late with your taxes. So I go to my accountant and I give her the $2. But if you're on time, you go to the accountant, you give her the $2. That takes about 12 minutes and she's done. Then you go next door and you get right upstairs if you get there 5 days early, and you sit online for about 10 minutes, and you go to window number, you get a number for window number 8, and you pay your taxes, and they give you those receipts. So if you're there early, and you should get there 4 or 5 or 6 days early, because if you, like I said, I have been to that tax office, and they have had 2 days in a row where the computers are down, which means I woke up, got dressed, went to the city, paid for my transportation, had whatever foods I was going to have for the day, got all ready, got online, got a number, and got upstairs, and the computers were down. And now you have a choice. You could wait, or you could come back anytime during the day. Your queue number does not preclude that you have to be there as the number is called. You can get a queue number of 50 and get there at 2 o'clock, and they're up to 100, and you go right straight to the front of the line because your queue number is 50. So that's one good thing. So what I do is I get a queue number and I go shopping, and I come back, and then I go right straight upstairs. So one more thing I want to talk about with the taxes. What happened to those 2 clowns that were going to prove that I didn't pay taxes? What happened to those guys? Did they lie? Were they mistaken? Or are they just blah, blah, blah type of people? Well, one of them, we know what one of them is. We won't talk about that, because otherwise I'd have to age restrict the video. And the other one, he's a total fraud. He lies about everything. He's lied about everything. In fact, I don't want to have the video age restricted, so I'm not going to say in fact, but actually I think I'm going to do a live stream I'm going to do a money bomb for Mr. Barry Jordan Sr. for travel expenses so that he could travel to a volcanic island and confront his accuser. So I will just leave it at that without making it an age-restricted video. But I actually want to do a money bomb for Mr. Barry Jordan Sr., if he's still alive, hopefully he is, and that he could actually go there and confront someone who accused him of a terrible crime. And of course, the accuser was hiding behind a darkened screen. But if Mr. Barry Jordan Sr. got to see the video, he would know who it was that said what they said about Mr. Barry Jordan Sr. You know, the funny thing about the coward that hides behind the screen is that he does not understand. He doesn't understand a lot of stuff. He doesn't understand. For instance, when he was yelling at that senior citizen, right? How does he know? How does he know who he was yelling at? That man could have been the mayor, the current mayor of a town that he lives in. Or he could be the current mayor of the island. Or he could be a public figure. Or his son could be the captain of the local police department. Or his son could be, well, in Hawaii, I don't know that my friend Peter is listening, Peter P., to my videos. I know he does listen on occasion, and he worked for me, but Peter was a roundabout guy. he was a good fella. And Peter married into a family, and I'm not going to say his wife's name, but his wife's family, she was Oriental. Let's just leave it at that. She was Hawaiian and Oriental, but her family was straight up and down Yakuza. Yakuza is a type of mafia organization. And in Hawaii, Yakuza is a prevalent family. The fraud doesn't, when he starts yelling at strangers, maybe not that man, but maybe his daughter or his son married into a Yakuza family. If they saw the fraud defaming and yelling at their dad or their father-in-law, let me tell you something about the Yakuza, okay? My friend Peter, who worked for me, but he was my best friend for many years, way better than anybody could possibly imagine. We were real friends. We went to the same clubs together. He worked on my barge. He helped me install my 35-ton crane on my barge. I built all his decks and dock systems and stuff like that. We were close for like 20 years. If you talked, let's just, now Mr. P, Peter's dad, let's say you talked to Mr. P like that. You would be, I can't say it. We have to go age restriction and then some. You would regret it. Okay? So when the fraud talked to that senior citizen, he goes, oh, he was a senior citizen, and by the way, he was ex-military. None of that matters to anybody if one of the children are married to someone in the Yakuza. So now, I don't know that that's the case, but he has been missing for quite a while, and he is afraid. There's no doubt about that he's afraid. Something he did, he's afraid for what he did. He's a coward, number one. That's why he hides his face. But he does put his face on there. But he's done something that made him aware that he's made a mistake. I don't know what it is, but he is a coward. And he would never, ever, ever survive the wrath of the Yakuza. Someone would, I'm not saying that they would do physical harm to him, but they would approach him and make him understand he made a mistake. You have no idea. I have a good, very, very, very good friend of mine who did a favor once, going back 50 years, for a guy in the Yakuza. And that guy became the head, not second in command, but the head of the Yakuza family in Hawaii. 50 years ago, the guy just did him a favor. And it wasn't anything illegal. He just said, don't worry about it. You know, it wasn't a big deal for me to help you out. That man now, today, when he wants to go to Hawaii, he gets a first-class round-trip ticket for him and his girlfriend. He gets absolutely limousine service to the hotel, and he gets to stay in like the presidential suite in one of the best hotels in Hawaii. Besides being invited to the head of the Yakuza's house. They don't forget. They don't forget one way or the other. So I'm not saying that the fraud got involved or was, approached by the Yakuza. I'm just saying that the fraud is afraid of something. He's afraid of something. So what it is, I don't know. Now, there's a lot of rumors going around as to what the fraud could be afraid of. And I'll just discuss two or three of them. One, I have been sent messages on my videos that the fraud's attack verbally, a verbal attack of the elderly man over fecal matter from a dog. I have been sent on my videos that those videos, that video was sent not just to the local police department, but it was sent to the civics groups and whoever else might be concerned about someone that lost his temper over nothing, basically, and was in the wrong, and then adamantly, progressively made the situation worse for no reason. Well, the reason was, of course, to show you what a tough guy he is, but we know that's not the truth. So that's one possibility, that those videos, like the fraud would do, the fraud is always outing people for where they live. For instance, the fraud told everybody where I live and then posted a video of where I live with my house in it. Now, I personally believe that he's done that to about 10 or 12 other people. I mean, how many people can you do that to before somebody takes a personal offense to it? Now, me, I'm building a hotel. So I don't necessarily, I'm going to eventually put my name and my telephone number and my business address and the name of the hotel on Google. So it's no secret where I live, never was. But he thinks by doing that, he makes me paranoid. All he does is just show me what a fool he is. Now, so, but what he likes to do is he has done this before. He has approached Daisy, and I have 12 screenshots on her Facebook page with all kinds of comments that she never replied to. This is going back almost 2 years now. So the fraud is not above trying to undermine someone via other websites and other social media. That's what he does. He's the fraud, he's a coward, and that's what he does. And Daisy sent me every one of those screenshots, and I have them in a file, and one day I may have to show them to certain people with the video where he called me a pedophile. By the way, that's a crime. And or even insinuating that I am. That's a crime. That is certainly a crime. That's been confirmed. So he goes around. Look at what he said about Mr. Barry Jordan. Mr. Barry Jordan, somehow, who he has never met, it has been claimed that Mr. Barry Jordan Sr. had anal sex with his son with no proof whatsoever. This is a very sick, demented person that says this kind of stuff. That's why I'd like to get a GoFundMe money bomb for Mr. Barry Jordan, if he's still alive, travel expenses so he can go and see the fraud. And I'm being serious. If there was a Mr. Barry Jordan and he wanted to contact me, I will set up, if I can, if it's legal, I will set up a money bomb fund for travel expenses so he could go confront his accuser. Now, that was one possibility, that they sent that video to the local authorities, not just to the police, but also to the different civic groups, communal, whatever, centers that are in the area. Possibly there's a civic group for that small town area there. Another comment that was sent to me is that they sent that video to a guy named Roy Boy, I think it was, Roy Boy, and how Roy Boy, being a Filipino, doesn't know how to cut American hair. That, I mean, you know, you were supposed to be friends with Roy Boy, and you said that Roy Boy, because he's Filipino, doesn't know how to cut American hair because of the way the hair stands on the head. Roy Boy's been cutting hair for, what, I don't know, 10, 20 years? I think Roy Boy has how hair stands under control. So another possibility is that someone sent the video where the fraud said that Roy Boy doesn't know how to cut hair to Roy Boy himself. I don't know that Roy Boy would even care, but that's another possibility. A third possibility is the fraud did put up 2 videos of him hiring someone to do work on his house. And both the videos showed you the work van/truck that the men came in. And neither video had a contractor's license number on the truck, and even the license plate was shown in the video. So if you're a licensed contractor on a volcanic island, you have to have your business license posted with your name of your business and your telephone number on the door of your truck. In Florida, I had to have my name of the business, my telephone number, and my business license, and that has to remain current every year. Both the videos that the fraud posted had no business license, which means that the men that were doing the work on the house had no insurance. Now, I don't know how the insurance companies work there, but if you have men coming to your house, they're supposed to be insured. Otherwise, you're responsible for any injuries. Now, even in the Philippines, if I have someone work on this property, which so far I have not, I will have to get workman's compensation. And I'm probably not going to do that. I'll probably just do the work myself. Because if you don't have workman's compensation here in the Philippines and someone gets hurt, you're responsible for their salary till they recover. That's ridiculous. I mean, that on face value, that's absurd. The man could say he's hurt, move to another island, never recover, and for the next 40 years, 20 years, 10 years, you have to pay his salary. And you don't know if he's still injured. You can't prove he's not, but his salary has to remain being paid. So before I ever hire anybody here in the Philippines, of course I would get workman's compensation. For the man, it's only 2,000 pesos per year for up to $10,000 worth of insurance. So you people out there that sent me comments on my video pages that, hello, Mr. Willis, thank you for stopping by. Mr. Willis is a good man, Mr. Willis. He's an actual real man, does real man's work. You people out there that sent me comments that you sent the frauds videos to the authorities because they had men working on the house without licenses and insurance. I don't know that small amount of work would make a difference, but I do know that the law states that you have to have. Now, if Jack Thompson is still here, he would know the law because he's a licensed contractor and he has to carry insurance. And that's why those guys were doing the job, because the fraud tried to chisel his way down to the lowest price. But in order to get the lowest price, Mickey Mason, good morning. Thank you for stopping by. Mickey Mason is his awareness of the fraud is big. And he always posts, without mentioning names, he always posts something that's pertinent to the fraud and his past fraudulent activities. Thank you for stopping by, Mickey Mason. So Jack Thompson would know the law having the license that he has, but I know the law from an American point of view as well. If you have work done on your house, thank you, Jack. Let's see. That's right. Definitely, the owner of the company would be held responsible, says Mr. Willis, and he lives in Hawaii, so he should know. And Jack, 14% per man, that's a lot of money. Hello, Michael. Thank you for stopping by. That's a lot of money, 14%, when you add up workman's comp at the end of the week. So that destroys your ability to be a low bidder, your workman's comp and your insurance. People can cut the price down in almost 30% if they're doing unlicensed work. And those guys that were working on the fraud's house, they were unlicensed. They had no number on the side of their truck, and they had no. So if someone did present that to the local authorities, or anything else he may have done on that property without a permit, he could be in trouble for those things that he didn't apply for the proper permits to do work. Or I know that in Monroe County, Florida, any work at all theoretically has to be permitted. You have to apply for a permit. So if I wanted to cut down just one tree, a small tree, 8-inch diameter tree, something I could take out with the machine in about 60 seconds, I have to apply for a permit and pay a permit fee. Mr. Willis, classification A as in alpha. This classification consists of general engineering contractors that operate in classes like drainage and flood control. Yeah, see, in Monroe County, if I put down P-Rock, not on my driveway, but between the road and my front entrance on the easement that the county controls, I have to get a permit for that because I am now improving or unimproving the county's property. So let's read Mr. Willis's. Classification A, this classification consists of general engineering contractors that operate in classes like drainage and flood control. So I would have to get a permit to put P-Rock down between my front gate and the street, even though it was only a 9-foot easement. Classification B is primarily made of contractors that perform on structures that are built or are being built. Classification for structures that are built or are being built. So that could be part of that roofing repair that he did. Classification C consists of specialty contractors like painters. Oh, in Monroe County, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know how it is in the great state of Hawaii where Mr. Willis lives, but if the county came to your house and saw that you were painting the house, well, the county has a schedule book of how much it costs to paint a certain amount of square foot of a house. And then if they determine that to paint your house for a painting contractor license would cost $3,000, well, then you have to pay the taxes on that $3,000 improvement, plus you have to pay for the permit, which the fraud didn't pay for any of that. Classification C, says Mr. Willis, consists of specialty contractors like painters, flooring contractors, and window installation. So the fraud had boasted that he painted his entire house little by little. It doesn't matter if you do it one stroke at a time. He didn't get a permit. Oh, they have chocolate. He didn't get a permit, and he didn't pay for the permit fee, and he didn't pay the taxes on the painting. He's responsible for paying the taxes for what it would cost to paint the house, even if he does it himself. It's an improvement, and he's supposed to pay taxes on that. See, the fraud is a fraud right across the board. The fraud is a fraud across the board. The fraud is a fraud across the board. The fraud doesn't do anything legal. Apparently, the fraud doesn't do a damn thing legal. And that's why he's always accusing other people. Like the fraud said that I don't have a permit to build a hotel. But when I wager him $10,000, that I do have a permit, and I do have plans, and they are approved, and they are signed, the fraud backs down like the coward that he is. He's a coward. The fraud is a fraud. Of course, the fraud is a fraud. Of course, the fraud is a fraud across the board. Of course. In the state of Hawaii, any person or business who offers to, whoa, here's some law here. Mr. Willis says, in the state of Hawaii, any person or business who offers to, holds themselves out as able to, or contractors to perform residential or commercial or public or alterations must be licensed by the state. See, there you go. That guy who was repairing what the fraud said was only going to be an 8-foot fascia board. He forgot to look at the rotting wood around the side of the house. So it wasn't 8 foot anymore, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the man doesn't know a damn thing about construction or contracting. So for that part of his fraudulent lies, deceptions, half-truths, and blah, 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 the fraud is a fraud, of course, the fraud is a fraud, of course. But, so the guy who was doing the repair that the fraud was videotaping and posted publicly, by the way, that guy was committing a crime, and the fraud was committing a crime, according to Hawaii law, for hiring the man, knowing the man had no insurance and no license. You have to check that stuff before the job starts. The guy has to present you with a contract. On the bottom of the contract, he's going to have a license number. That license number can only be gotten if you have insurance on your company and your insurance is current. Now, you can call up the county and say, is this license current? And the county will have on file whether or not that contractor has insurance, current insurance. Me, I had to present proof that my insurance was current for as long as I lived in Key Largo and had an excavation license, a septic tank license, a landscaping license, and a tree arbor service license. Those businesses, well, and landscaping and arbor was part of the same license, but it was just a different tag. Those businesses have to be insured. Even if you have minimum insurance, it has to be done. So when the fraud hired a guy with a truck with no name or license number on the side of the truck, the fraud itself was committing a crime, and the men doing the job were theoretically criminals for not paying taxes. Mr. Willis says, all altercations must be licensed by the state. All persons or entities licensed in Hawaii must carry general liability insurance and workmen's compensation insurance, which is what I just explained about the insurance in Monroe County in America. You have to have insurance. So I have been approached by people that made it perfectly clear in the comment sections of my videos that they were going to take the videos of the fraud's house, and the work that was being done by the fraud and other people, including the people that replaced the fascia board, and that those people and those videos were going to be presented to the powers that be, and any other work that was done without a license. Now, you don't need a license to go out and trim your trees, but the fraud doesn't even know how to do that. They'd probably feel sorry for the fraud if they watched him trim his tree to this guy. They'd probably give him money to go to arbor school. The man doesn't even know how to trim a tree. He has no idea. The man is basically, he's not a contractor, but he wants to be a contractor. So he's not strong, although he presents himself to be strong physically. He's not a physically strong person. Not at all. In fact, he's rather, according to the way I see it, he couldn't work for me. He'd never make it till breakfast. He'd be fired. When coffee came around, when somebody went to go get coffee, I'd have to take him to the side and let him go. Basically, he's not trainable, and he's not a good worker. I mean, let me give you, for instance, the fraud is sitting next to it's more of a shrub than a tree, and what did he do? He starts clipping the clippings from the top down in little pieces. I mean, if that's the way you want to do it, I mean, no competent person with a pair of loppers or a pair of head cutters would do it that way. No intelligent person would ever approach the shrub the way the fraud approached the shrub. However, he did it like that. But here is what proves that beyond a doubt that the man is completely incompetent. In order to show you how much work the fraud did, the fraud put the clippings immediately next to the shrub that he was clipping, right in the way of getting to the side of the shrub to clip on the side. So the fraud basically was putting the clippings that he made in his own way if he wanted to work around from the other side. So that means he has to move the material or the spoil pile at least once, twice. Once he put it there, and the second time he has to move it away. And the third time he has to bring it to a disposal area, which the fraud couldn't figure out. 2 acres of land, and the fraud couldn't figure out where to get rid of 3 cubic feet of debris. The man has no understanding of construction or no construction knowledge whatsoever. And basically, he's a handicap shrubber or de-shrubbing. He's handicapped in just about everything that he does. Just watch the way he moves. You know, he can't walk. He can't lift anything heavy. He can't, and that, I mean, no, he's an older fella, so I mean, that's understandable. But he pretends that he is capable of doing stuff. But so the fraud took the clippings and put it right next to the shrub. Who does that? And then he clipped it like 4 times to get to the bottom. Who does that? You clip it once at the bottom and you throw the debris 5 feet away from the shrub so you could move around from the perimeter of the shrub. The fraud has no knowledge of anything. The fraud never showed you any knowledge of painting. Doesn't know how to back a brush. Doesn't even know what backing a brush is. If I didn't put a video up how to back a brush, the fraud would not know how to back a brush or what backing a brush was. Why ever he pretends that he knows about painting, he knows nothing about painting. Whoever taught him how to paint didn't know a damn thing about painting either. They made him believe that painting out of a paint can is the proper way to paint. That nothing could be further from the truth. Everything the fraud does is not right. Nothing. He has no construction knowledge at all. He's a fraud. But he pretends that he knows about construction. No painter in the world would ever get up on a ladder and paint a house with a can of paint. They might do a touch-up from the can, but they would never, ever, ever, ever paint from a can. Nobody. I've only seen one other person paint from a can. And if I told you how long it took him to paint one room, he painted, okay, so he was not a painter. Well, he claimed he was a painter, but I don't want to talk about that. Well, I do want to talk about that. Yeah, I'll talk about that. Okay, no, I'm not going to talk about that. I can't talk about that because I actually like the man. But he painted an entire room with a 2-inch paintbrush. I'm talking about the trim around the doors, the trim around the window, the trim around the counters, the trim around the frames, the walls, the ceiling, the moldings. He painted a whole room, like a 12 by 14 foot room with a 2-inch brush from a lot. Took him like a month. He was not a painter. He says he was a painter, and I believe he was a painter, but I believe he just wanted to be there to do that job, just to be on the job. I don't know why, but that's so. But anyway, the fraud, he has no knowledge of painting, and then he has no knowledge of procedure, contractual procedure. If you're going, if the fraud knew the first thing about construction, I got to get a picture of what's going on here. If the fraud knew anything about construction at all, what would happen is the fraud, if the fraud knew anything about construction at all, the fraud, let me make the sound, kill the sound on that. The fraud would be, okay, well, so I see more comments that I can't see here. I'm going to read. Okay, so Bob Thumb, not one thing in his past suggests Bob Thumb. I apologize, because on this cell phone, I'm sure the comments come on the cell phone, but I can't see them. Okay, I see Bob Thumb's comment now. Bob Thumb, oh, he is posting a lot. Okay, so let's go after Mr. Will. The fraud knows nothing about construction or procedures. The procedure to paint a house, for instance. I'll go through the procedure now that the job is done and teach the fraud the proper way to have painted the house. But let's read Mike Whitcomb. I did painting. Okay, so let's. Okay, so Mr. Willis. Let's go up to Mr. Willis's comments, and then we'll go to Mike Whitcomb and then Bob Thumb. Okay, so Mr. Willis also says, if required by the state licensing board, contractors must also post a survey bond prior to becoming a licensed, unless a waiver is obtained by the licensing board. That's right. So if you don't have a history of being a contractor, bonded and licensed, and, you know, professionalism, then you have to post this survey bond. It's basically, I had no survey bond because I was always a licensed contractor. But my license and my insurance was $1 million across the board. I had an umbrella for every business I had in the Florida Keys. An umbrella policy covered landscaping, arborists, excavation, drilling. I had a drilling tag for my excavation license. And also, you have to have a business license. So, he has none of those things, and nobody that came on his job has any of that stuff. I mean, he's basically committing one crime after another. So when somebody who everybody knows their name said, I'm going to the Hall of Records and I'm going to notify them about all the work that's been done on the fraud's house, they have every right to do so. Mike Whitcomb says, I did painting, contracting work in Palm Beach County. I had to be a licensed, insured, workman's comp permits for everything. If caught without those, I would have been fined heavily or jailed. And Mike is correct. Now, you won't find a workman's compensation tag on my insurance if you could go back and see my insurance, because I worked by myself. If I did excavation, I worked by myself. Landscaping, originally in 2001, I had one worker work for me for a few days. His name was Mike. He needed some work, and he was a landscaping contractor. But I never put a man on the books, and I never hired a man. In all my videos, you'll never see me working with another person because I didn't want to carry workman's compensation. What I would do is I'd hire another company and they could carry workman's compensation and they could work with me on the job. But Mike Whitcomb is correct. The fines are heavy, and you could be jailed for working without workman's compensation. So I never carried workman's compensation for even one day on my licenses in Florida. Now, New York excavation and operating barges and cranes, that was a little different. That I had to have workman's comp for. But thank you, Mike Whitcomb, for the comment. Bob Thumb. Okay, so I'm going to prove to you in a minute what an incompetent man this is. We're talking about a man that's totally incompetent in every way. So Mike Whitcomb says he didn't have workman's comp. He didn't have a license. Mr. Willis says he wasn't bonded. He didn't post a survey bond. The man does everything illegal. He's a total fraud by definition of the word and by example. He's a fraud in his work abilities and in his life. Everything is fraudulent. Mr. Willis gives you the link for the Hawaii licensing. Now, Bob Thumb is posting here. He thinks he sounds like a rugged engineer who knows what he's talking about when he uses words like payload. The man is an idiot, Bob. He's an idiot when it comes to construction. And Bob nails it. He thinks he sounds like a rugged engineer. He knows nothing. He knows nothing. The man, to prove the man is a complete idiot. This is just proof before I go on to read the rest. The man is an idiot, a complete buffoon, a fraudulent, lying. He's a joke to the construction world. The man, we're using that word very loosely. The man is standing behind a dump truck, which has a short load in it, which he doesn't even know what a short load is. It wasn't 3 yards. Might have been 3 tons, but I doubt that. But he had a short 3-yard, 3-ton load in the truck. He's standing behind the truck 15 feet. He's got his finger half over the lens of his camera, and he's talking to a truck driver who is 15 feet from the truck, 10 more feet of gravel in the bed of the truck, or 9 feet of gravel, a window, and a diesel engine dieseling in the foreground, and he's talking to the driver as if the driver could possibly hear him. The man is an idiot for even opening his mouth and talking and to believe the driver could hear him. There was no set of headsets between him and the driver. He wasn't on the phone with the driver, that's for sure. The driver was looking in the rearview mirror and he's going, yeah, that's good. Oh, and oh my God, don't do that. As the driver was 80, 90 feet away from him, dumping gravel out of the bed of the truck. And between the idiot, the fraud, and the truck was 80 or 90 feet, and the gravel sliding out of the back of the truck like the sound of thunder. And the idiot believes the driver could hear him say, don't do that, stop. And then where was all that tough guy bravado stuff when the driver did what the driver thought was correct and was correct? Where was all that bravado stuff when the driver got back? You didn't see him running his mouth to the driver. There was no barbed wire fence between him and the driver. That driver would have probably got out and made a fool out of the fraud. And not only that, the driver of that truck was, I have watched 1,000 loads of rock being dumped. The driver of that truck who dumped that gravel in that driveway was as good as it gets. It don't get any better than that guy in that truck. If there was a rating from 1 to 100, he is a 100 plus man. So instead of the idiot, the fraud, saying, oh, if you want something done, without finishing the sentence, because he was going to say you have to do it yourself. But the idiot doesn't know how to drive a truck. The idiot wouldn't even know how to get the dump truck up to engage. That was not a real dump truck. That was a homemade dump truck. He wouldn't even know how to engage the electric hydraulic jack in that truck. He wouldn't even know how to engage it. So the idiot pretends that he's a contractor, but the idiot is not a contractor. The idiot is just an idiot pretending to be a rugged engineer, as Bob Thumb or Mike Whitcomb said. He's an idiot and he's an idiot for making himself believe that people think that he's knows about contracting. And then the idiot in another video said, I could do more work than the island guy. I will bury you in rock. I will bury you in rock. We will start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon with buckets. We'll do 10 buckets. You load 10 buckets, I load 10 buckets. We'll both have 10 buckets. And we'll move rock 30 feet away from where it starts. And then when we dump it with the buckets, we'll move it back. And by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the hottest time of the day, by 2:30, your heart will blow up, and I won't even break a sweat. Because you are, not only are you a fraud, but you're a liar. And you could never, ever, in your best day, ever, even today, ever keep up with me as far as work or quality of work or the amount of work to be done, how much energy could be. You could never keep up with me. You're a liar and you're a fraud. To say that, let's see the island guy do this. The island guy will do more work than you and continuously do more work than you. Side by side, we will move buckets of rock from one place and back and forth until your heart blows up. And your heart will blow up because you're out of shape, you're weak, you have no idea how to use a shovel, you don't even know how to pick up a bucket of rock. You don't know how to load a bucket, you don't know how to dump a bucket, you know nothing about rock. The only thing you know about rock is that it exists. You're an idiot. You dumped 3/4-inch stone on top of red cinder gravel, believing that's going to solve your cinder dust problem. You're an idiot. You're a complete fool, a buffoon. That 3/4-inch stone that you dumped on top of the cinder, the red cinder, to stop the cinder dust from going on your house and on your car and everything, you're a complete idiot. That's not going to stop it. The new gravel is going to mix in with the old gravel and just become less cinder, but not change the cinder dust factor. You're an idiot. You know nothing about construction. And when that happens, you won't post about it because you're a contractor. You're the furthest thing from a contractor. You're a liar. You're a deceiver. You're a buffoon. You're weak. You're frail. You could never keep up with me in construction, ever, ever. Today, I will risk everything I own in life, everything, and my bank accounts, and my tools. I will wager all of it that I will have a work. We will do this thing that you want to do with rock. We will move 1 ton of rock from one location to another location and back. And we will start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I will wager all against whatever it is that you own. If you have enough to even make my wager actual. I will wager all of it that I will bury you and your heart will blow up if you were working in the sun side by side with me. We'll just move 1 ton of rock. And you're a coward. You won't take my challenge. You've never taken any of my challenges because you're a coward. You're a buffoon and you're a liar and a deceiver. No one likes you. No one ever liked you. The people on your channel, they egg you on to make you look like a bigger fool each and every time they say, yeah, you're the best. Yeah. The little Swiss miss, the child molester from Switzerland, or the supposed child molester from Switzerland, because he actually, we don't have any proof that he molested children, but he said he was going to. You want to be friends with him? That's the person that you choose to be friends with? You're a fraud. You're a fake. You'll be friends with anybody that'll take your side for 20 minutes. That's what the people on your channel do. They egg you on to make you look like a bigger fool every day. Even the WAD. I wouldn't doubt for a minute that the WAD was really Heminger, pretending to be your friend. Just egging you on, making you look like a bigger fool every day than the day before. And then I'm going to tell you how the job should have been done. Not the rock job, but the painting job. Bob Thumb, he thinks he sounds like a rugged engineer who knows what he's talking about when he uses words like payload. The payload. Big word there. Bob Thumb. His pantsy frail frame never lifted a finger in the Philippines. He didn't suddenly find passion or a knack for work. That's true. See, now, he even said that he got out of shape. Because he's a frail man. He's a frail man. He has a small, weak frame. He has no muscle memory whatsoever. But he doesn't know how to use whatever muscles he has, except his mouth. He's really good with his mouth. But that's it. I can do this and I can... But you're a liar. You're a fraud. You're a fake. And now we're going to talk about how you should have painted your house, idiot. He fakes everything, says Bob Thumb. That's true. Mr. Willis, he knows nothing about construction, trade, or theory, or other trades. He must Google everything. Contractor, Google is where he's good at. Probably he Googles everything, but even that he gets wrong. He gets everything 50% wrong. He's an idiot. He's an idiot savant when it comes to long-forming and flagging people's channels. He remembers every possible place that he could long-form and try to destroy someone else's channel. But he's basically an idiot savant. He knows how to long-form. He knows how to try to destroy people's channels and their livelihoods and their lives, but he doesn't know how to do anything constructive. He's had 2 internal hernias. Maybe that's partially why he's somewhat weak, avoiding the strain. He did say he had a hernia. So right there, it's for him to say that he could do more work than me is a fallacy. But we have money, and you don't have money. That's another lie perpetrated by the fraud. That after all expenses, he still ends up with 135,000 pesos, which is like more than $2,500 to put into the bank. And the man complains about the price of Tums. The man is an idiot. He's a liar. He's a fraud. He's a fake. If after you paid, if anybody lived in the Philippines and after they paid their bills, they had 135,000 pesos left over. For how many years has this been going on? 3 years, 4 years he's been saying this? So that means that in the bank, the fraud has 50 weeks a year, times 2,500. The fraud, the idiot can't do math either, but so 50 times 2 is 100. And then 1,500 is another 50,000. So that's $150,000 a year or more, because there's 12 months in a year. For 4 years, that means the idiot has $600,000 in the bank. According to his numbers, he lies about everything. He lies about everything. Okay, so let's just say for 1 month he had 130. Let's just say that it was true. Well, why would he worry about the price of Tums or the price of Metamucil or the price of whatever that pink stuff is, whatever it is? I forget the name. I don't know any of the names of that stuff that he uses. I don't use any of that stuff. But why would he worry about prices? Why would he worry about a $6 fish sandwich? Because the guy's a liar. He doesn't have $2,500 left over at the end of the month. He's lucky if he could pay his bills. And then he calls me broke. Last month I spent 372,000 pesos last month. And he calls me broke? You don't ever want to try to prove me to be broke, because that'll cost you a lot more than what you think. And what I'm going to spend, what I'm preparing to buy next month, will bury your expenses for the whole year on trinkets and toys. Just what I have planned to spend next month on just one item. Just one item. That would be more than your entire year's expenses for gadgets and other electronics, let's say electronics. Because you're a fraud, you're a liar, you're a fake. So last month was 372,000 pesos, and next month I think I'm going to make a purchase that will bury you. I spend on average 2 or 3 times what the average blogger in the Philippines spends. Don't forget, I'm building a hotel. I need to have supplies that you don't see. I need to have equipment that you may never see until I use the equipment. I have to do other things. I have other expenses. I will bury you in bills. You could never compete with me. You can't compete with me physically. You can't compete with me monetarily. Oh, you have a steady income. I still spend 2 or 3 times what you do a month because you're a fraud. Now, let's go back, and then I'm going to teach you how to paint a house, you moron. Thank you, Mr. Willis, for posting the PDF files. Bob Thumb, not one thing in his past suggests he may have had kind of experience of interest of any kind of engineering discipline. Nothing. There is nothing, Bob. When he had a job cleaning statues, I mean, you could train a 12-year-old child to do what he did. Easily. Soft. He's a soft man. Jack Thompson has a word for that. Not fragile man. He's been soft his entire 67. Yeah, it's like when you shake hands with a guy that hasn't worked his whole life and his hands are like a baby's buttocks. That's the kind of guy he is. Whoa, we have the DQ. My Philippines interest DQ is here. That could very well be. My Philippines interest DQ says, Bob Thumb, those hernias are the reason he has erectile dysfunction. And that's, I don't know anything about erectile dysfunction, so I can't talk about that subject. But I would think if you had a bad back injury, the pain would prevent you from having a good experience between a man and a woman. I would say it's possible, but I don't know anything about that, bad experiences between a man and a woman. That would explain why he's so damn insecure about everything. And that might explain, that says Bob Thumb, that might explain it. My Philippines DQ, yeah, yes, his erectile dysfunction is probably a result of permanent nerve damage after his second hernia operation. See, there's one thing you should understand about my Philippines interest, DQ, Delta, Quebec. That guy is smart. Okay, and he is a stickler for detail. If he says something happened, like this hernia thing, it happened, and he's not talking out of his ear about this erectile dysfunction. He probably studied the syndrome of erectile dysfunction, and he probably nailed it, because there is something so far wrong with the fraud. There is something so obscure, something so bizarre about the fraud, about everything he's ever done. Everything that he's ever posted on YouTube basically is a total outright lie. He's going to blog the Philippines. Where? He blogged a beach, and he mistook a female. He mistook a male dog with giant itlogs or calzones. He said, "Come on over here, girl," and the boys were staring him right in the face. I mean, he gets everything half wrong, everything, except when he's lying, he gets that all together. He lies about everything. He called a male dog a female dog. The idiot even said that he was carrying probably a stun gun, which is against the law in the Philippines. And what about those food reviews? Oh my God, did they put him in a world of hurt? Because he starts talking about stuff on the internet and doesn't understand that they have repercussions. He talks about everybody else's repercussions, but his don't count. His name is Stanley. He's only good at standing around like an idiot. Stanley Tweedle. My Philippines DQ, interest DQ. That was before the laparoscopic approach was mainstream. He probably had a direct operation and made him limp for life. LOL. There's something wrong there. My Philippines experience, DQ. There is something wrong with a man that is obsessed. Take the mushroom video. Okay, I walked around my house. I got caught in my house on camera. I got caught naked because the pants that I had in front of the camera, they sagged down, and I was walking in my house naked. Well, he must have made 40 videos about that. What man in his right mind would make 40 videos about another man being naked? But more to the point, what about the one where I was bent over and I had these pants on? Oh, I have them on now. They look like a skirt. They are like a skirt. I cut the inseam out. I have a reason I cut the inseam out. I'm not going to discuss it with you here. I'll leave that up to when we get to court. And but he's still got that on his channel, as if that's some kind of a big deal. I was not prepared to go outside and work with that guy Leo, and I went out in my house garb. But he had to make 30 or 40 videos about that, because he's obsessed with other men's genitalia. Look at Barry. Look at how many videos he talks about Barry's deformed penis. Whether that's true or not, who else talks about Barry Jordan's penis? Nobody else talks about Barry Jordan's penis. Who else would accuse Barry Jordan's father of having anal sex with Barry? Nobody. That's just completely off the chain bizarre. It's a lie, number one, but it's just wrong to do that without proof. One day somebody's going to meet up with him, either say something or not say something, and do something that he's going to regret. It's got to happen eventually. You can't go through life being such a jerk without somebody saying, this is time for you to pay the piper. It's got to happen one day. Maybe it happened now in Hawaii. Maybe. because you don't see him. The coward, you don't see the coward on anymore now, do you? Now, what you could be rest assured that the coward is doing right now, right this minute, is punching out long forms on my channel, on my live stream right now. You could rest assured that he has long formed this video 6 or 7 times. And every other video that anybody's made that he doesn't like, that's probably what he's doing. He did it the last time. He said, just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Stop posting about me. And what did he do for 10 days? 7 days? He long formed my channel. I don't know how many times. I got notices, copyright claims, nudity on the videos which didn't exist. 3 videos were removed for nudity, and I challenged the validity of the claim, and they all went back up. Other videos were removed for copyright notices. They were just copyrighted for the music. He goes through the trouble of finding music on somebody's video and then claiming copyrights. The man is a complete disaster when it comes to humanity. I'm not going to hold back here. The man is a worthless blogger. Everything that the man, what he should have to do is he should have to repay people for the amount of lies, deceits, and half-truths that he posted that destroyed other people's lives. Like calling Barry Jordan's father, well, basically he called Barry Jordan's father a pedophile with no proof. And he uses the no face, no case, which in the Philippines, if he doesn't put his face in the video, he can't be held accountable for what's said in the video. But would that stop Barry Jordan's father? If Barry Jordan's father could somehow meet up with him and discuss these things, that's not going to stop a normal person from doing what they want to do. That's not going to stop people from sending the criminal things that you've done on your house without insurances or contractors' licenses. It's not going to stop people because your face isn't on there. I hope that every single person that ever sees this video decides to lay claim to something that you've done in the past. And, well, look, there's a guy putting up fascia board without a license, and they have the video to send to the board. I hope they do that. You did it. You sent what is called unjust vexation letters to my neighbors. You sent letters to my neighbors. I have your emails with your name and your address on them. So does the NBI, by the way, and so does the local police. You sent out unjust vexation letters, unwarranted, unsolicited letters to my neighbors saying that I was doing illegal construction on their property. I mean, next to their property. You are a total piece of worthless, fraudulent blogging garbage. You're absolutely worthless as a blogger. And you couldn't prove that I was doing illegal construction work. And all you had to do, for all your knowledge and all your so-called expertise, which is zero, by the way, all you had to do was call up the building department and ask, does Michael Fazio have permits to build a hotel? And they would have said yes, but you couldn't do that. No, you had to send unjust vexation letters to my neighbors saying that I might be performing illegal construction next to their house. And who are my neighbors? They're my friends that know I have the permits to do the work. Because in order to get the permits, my neighbors had to agree to allow me to do the construction. A letter had to be sent out to the neighbors on both sides that I'm building a hotel. Is there anybody that wants to lay claim to the land or wants to stop the job from progressing? Nobody did that. But you had to go out and do something completely illegal, unjust vexation, which carries a fine of 20,000 pesos, $400, or a year in jail. You should be grateful that the neighbors don't want to go through the trouble of prosecuting you, because for that, you will get prosecuted if they change their mind. So do it again. I suggest you do it again and test their mettle. So basically, it's okay for you to rat everybody out, but nobody is allowed to talk about you. But now I'm getting letters from every direction saying that all the work that you did on the house is being subjected and reported to the authorities in Hawaii. All of it. Everything. From day one. So if you don't have permits or plans for something you did, that's your problem, not my problem. And of course, it's legal to report somebody for doing work without licenses or permits, because you're only acknowledging the fact that a crime was committed, and you're trying to help out the government. You know, the government is here to help, and we're here to help the government. And I'm going to talk to you how to paint the house, you moron. You painted it exactly backwards. You are such an idiot. I got to tell you. Did the wife tell you that? Says Bob Thump. Boy, now we're getting in. I don't know anything about his wife. That's one thing I don't know. I heard him tell a story about his wife. God, man, you are stupid putting that story out there on the internet. I don't know if that was a joke or it was real, but my God, to make public what you said about your ex-wife, jeez. You are one stupid man. My Philippines interest, Delta Quebec, DQ says no found posts from him in an erectile dysfunction support. DQ, where you gotta post that. If you're still here, let me know. I'll make you a moderator. And you could post that stuff. Let me, how do I do that? I'm going to make DQ Labs a moderator. How do I get that? I can't. All right. I can't. Let me go down to the bottom. Paul Carvalho. I can't make you a moderator. See, I don't know how to use this phone. That's another thing. He keeps telling everybody I'm broke. And I just bought the Samsung 21, the S21 Ultra. How am I broke if I bought that phone? For 74,000 pesos, I think it was. Yeah. All right, let's see if I can. This is the last one I'm going to. I can't make you a moderator. I can't do it. DQ, are you still here? Okay, so you'll show a video. Okay, you could show a video on your channel, of course, also. And Bob Thumb says he's not surprised that the guy has erectile dysfunction. He's always talking about sex. I mean, who talks about sex that much on any channel? Who? Whether it's... I don't know another person. I don't listen to a lot of channels, but that guy is... Something is way, way wrong with him in his head. Bob Thumb says, exactly. His followers are just instigating him. He always falls for it because he's so desperate to be liked. Yeah, that guy Johnny Wadski. That might be Heminger just egging him on. That's what Heminger does. Whoa, Simba, the super chat cow, says if his nerves got clipped in that area, he probably has both no arousal, and no libido. Whew, that hurts just reading that, Simba. Simba, the Super Chat Cow, says, not to pick on someone with erectile dysfunction, but he's always obsessing about everyone's penis. He is. I mean, the stuff he said about Warren, he wanted to see Warren's erection, and he wanted to see Warren's testicle. I talked to Warren every day for 2 years. I never once asked him to see his testicle. I never even crossed my mind. And this guy was out there begging to see Warren's erection and his testicle. He's a very sick man. There's no doubt about that. Bob Thumb, he knows he's dysfunctional. He knows he's dysfunctional. That's why he's always projecting the stuff he's insecure about, which is just about everything. So Bob Thumb says he's insecure about everything. Yeah, like him saying, how could he possibly say he could do more work than I do? How could he possibly say that? Just off the top, you guys have watched me work. You've watched me hit the punching bag. 32 minutes I hit the speed bag without stopping. Not even for 1 second. I didn't break a sweat, and I wasn't tired. I was bored. And he thinks that he could do that? There were people that hit the bag, that have hit the bag, that know about punching the bag, that said, damn, at your age, you hit the bag for 32 minutes without stopping? There was no breaks. There was no trickery of the video. I just hit the bag for 32 minutes, and I only stopped hitting the bag out of boredom. I could have gone an hour, probably. My arms weren't tired. I wasn't tired. I wasn't hot. I was thirsty. I should have drank more water before I started. But this idiot, he thinks he's in better shape than me. There is nothing. There's no physical activity that he could do or talk about anything better than me. He can't swim. Oh, I have an ear infection. He can't run. Oh, I got a back injury. He can't move rock. Oh, I moved rock. How do we know he moved the rock? We saw a bucket. We didn't see him move any rock. Could have been, he could have had the boy next door or his tenant move the rock. We never saw him do any painting. The man's a fraud right across the board. Thank you, Bob Thumb. Paul Caravaggio. Paul Carvalho. Vahul. Paul Carvalho. Paul Carvalho. I think I got it right that time. Maybe those things under his eyes are tumors, and they are eating his breath. Teats. These are real teats. Let's see your teeth, fraud. Let's see your teeth, fraud. Yeah, baby. That was another thing the fraud said. Oh, I have cap. You don't have cap teeth, dude. You don't have cap teeth. I took a screenshot from a video that you made, and I posted the name of the video and the timestamp, and you said that's not true. Because another lie you perpetrated onto the audience. Those are your teeth, dude. Those are your teeth. That either came from too much soda pop, just total neglect. How could you let your teeth get to be so bad? And then you say, Mike, there's nothing wrong with my teeth. Dude, If I was a woman, you couldn't give me $1,000 to kiss you. No way. If I was a woman and you gave me $1,000 to kiss you, I would say no. Nobody in their right mind would kiss someone with a mouthful of teeth like that. They might if you removed all of that nonsense that you call teeth. But you walk around saying there's nothing wrong with your teeth. I took that screenshot from a valid video that I took at a timestamp that's posted, and that's factual. A minute before, you had capped teeth. That minute, you took the crowning and the capping off, whatever that rubber stuff was that you had covering up that mess you call teeth in your mouth, and then you deny that those are your teeth. Well, put the video back up in its entirety, and let's see what your teeth really look like. Or go like this, and let's see you pull that crap that's covering up that mess you call teeth off. Let's see you do that. Because that's what you would do to me if I posted something like that. I want to see Fazio's teeth. Well, I just showed you my teeth. Now let's see your teeth. Just because you have neglected your teeth, there's only a few ways that could happen. And I won't say. The first way is total neglect. So you have no respect for yourself to let your teeth degenerate to such a disgusting display of chiclets in your mouth. The second way is too much soda pop and total neglect. And the third way would be probably get me in trouble to say it, but the third way would be doing something illegal, and that would be the end result of what your teeth would look like if you did something illegal for a certain period of time. Because there's not a lot of ways that anybody's teeth could get like that. In the Philippines, they don't have much dental care, but you were brought up in America, dude. You were brought up with 10,000 TV commercials with brushing your teeth and this, that, and the other thing. And you let your teeth disintegrate into that mess you call a mouthful of... You don't even have a mouthful of teeth. You have a half a mouthful of teeth. And the rest of them look like someone smashed a bunch of chiclets and threw them back into a paste, a pink paste, and just whatever. You have a mess in your mouth. If I was a woman, I wouldn't kiss you for $1,000. Oh, wait a second. Michael Savella. Hello, Michael. Well, hello, Michael Savella. Thank you for stopping by. Johnny Adriel. Rabbi is strong for his age, mentally and physically. Hello, Rabbi. Thank you, John. Johnny Adriel. Now, Johnny's been with me for 7 or 8 years, maybe longer. There is no other 65-year-old man on YouTube that would want to keep up with me. And maybe there are that could. But that would be few and far between. I don't know of one. I'm not saying they don't exist. But I don't know another man my age that could do what I do physically. Now, I agree that there are other men, but the fraud is not one of them. And basically, we're talking about the fraud here today. There are other men that are physically fit. They could probably run further than me. I don't know of another man my age that could swim further than me. Physically, strength-wise, I know there's got to be other men my age that can do what I do, but I don't know of any on YouTube. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. All I hear. You know that 90% of the people on YouTube, the blah, 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 they can't do a damn thing. That goes right across the board. 90% of the people on YouTube, they couldn't go into a house with a broken dishwasher, remove the dishwasher, and install a new dishwasher. A simple job like installing a new dishwasher, which would include unsecuring the dishwasher from the kitchen cabinets, removing the drain line, which has a big double loop on the bottom of the drain line for a specific reason, and then the electric, and then reinstalling the plumbing, the pressure line, and the waste line. There's 90% of the people on YouTube wouldn't even know how to uninstall and install a simple job like a dishwasher, let alone build a hotel. Now, I've heard 1,000 stories that I don't know anything about tools or construction. They all stopped, didn't they? They all stopped when I rebuilt the wheelbarrows, and I did several other construction jobs to show you that not only do I know how to do it, but I have the tools to do it, and I do it. So a lot of that stuff stopped. But the part about me being broke, that didn't stop until I just recently, when I bought the Samsung phone. Of course, that was with Warren bucks, and next month I plan on spending the rest of the Warren bucks and the GE Northcote bucks and another $1,000 that was sent to me, and then I'll add another $1,500 of my money to that for a gadget. I am seriously close to getting the Asus 15 i9 Pro Duo. They reduced the price from 224,000 pesos. They reduced it down to 204,000 pesos. Only 204,000 pesos. So then all the Warren bucks and all the GE Northcote bucks and Jack Thompson's contributions to my channel, unending and too much to add up. All that money will have been gone. That will be for my new computer. And of course, other people's monies. But I am not broke. And if you saw my bank book, you would say he's not broke. But the fraud has to go out and put that out to everyone because he's broke. He's as broke as a joke, as he likes to say. He's as broke as a joke. Who reads the price of Tums? If you need Tums, dude, you go out and buy Tums. You don't ask how much Tums are. You just buy them. You need them. If you're not broke, you don't look at prices. What I spent yesterday, berries. What I spent yesterday buries the fraud's monthly bills in Hawaii. What I spent yesterday. April 21st. I don't want to talk about it. But what I spent yesterday buries, and what I'm going to spend next month buries pretty much the fraud's yearly allowance for his Philippines property. Because he's a fraud, and I'm not a fraud. And could I prove it? Yeah, I could, but I don't need to. My friends know what I'm doing. And what I spent last year buries the fraud's yearly bills. And what I spent the year before buries his yearly bills. And what I've spent in the Philippines is 3 times what the fraud has spent in the Philippines, if not more, a lot more. But the fraud continues with his fraudulent activities on YouTube. Paul Carvalho, his lifetime cigarette, his cigarette smoking, another disgusting habit. You know, remember when I quit smoking on December 1st of 2020? I have never had another cigarette. I have wanted another cigarette probably 3 to 4 times, but I won't bend to the want or the desire. And I don't even know why that happens anymore. I have no idea why every once in a while I get the urge to have a cigarette. But I'm not going to smoke anymore. I decided that I don't smoke anymore. I quit. And the fraud telling people I drink 3 or 4 bottles of rum a week, that's another thing. He lies about everything. Because he smokes, because he's too weak, he's too frail, he's too mentally unstable to quit smoking. that means I can't quit smoking. Well, I mean, I do 5, 6, 7 hour live streams. Do you see me smoking a cigarette? And then the fraud says, well, he went on the side of the house to smoke a cigarette. I don't smoke anymore. I quit. It's not complicated. I just quit. Not only that, that day I went on a diet. And since then, I've lost 5 or 6 kilos from December 1st till now. But from a year ago, I lost 24 kilos in a year. That would be the equivalent of about 55 pounds. So the fraud, he is weak mentally. He is weak physically. He's a liar. He's a deceiver. He's a deceiver of men. He should be penalized for his lies. He should have to pay back people for their time. Just based on $10 or $12 an hour, the fraud owes the YouTube community $36 million in wasted time on his wasted, lying, deceptive, fraudulent videos about other people and about things that are totally not true. Like Barry Jordan's father supposedly having carnal knowledge of his son with no proof whatsoever. I got to tell you something. The fraud better hope that somebody that he talks about like that doesn't actually one day meet up with him. Because for those kind of inferences that Barry Jordan's dad somehow had a carnal knowledge of Barry Jordan when he was a baby or growing up, that shit is just wrong. That is just wrong. That is wrong. And so that kind of stuff brings a person, definitely puts a person in jeopardy of something very bad happening to them fast. Mayan Buntag, Michael Sevilla. Thank you, Michael Sevilla. And he is a lifetime cigarette smoker. John Escape, welcome to the machine. John Escape and I talked twice or 3 times in the last 2 weeks. John Escape is buying me a $60 case for my Samsung S21 Ultra camera. Thank you, John. And also, I should be receiving a water distiller from John Escape from the United States to Leyte and then eventually to me. Thank you very much, John. And that is probably over $100 for that, for sure. And so the John Escape has contributed to my channel immensely in the last month, as did Jack Thompson over the course of a year. Jack is a major contributor. Been slacking the last few weeks. Been slacking. Jack is slacking. But no, but seriously, Jack Thompson, I don't know how much Jack has given. I don't know, but I'm sure it's in the last year very close to $1,000. So we give Jack a shout out. And the last few weeks, Jack has been protesting. I guess I could talk about politics for a minute, and that's about how long I'll talk about politics. I don't know what Jack is out protesting, but let me tell you something. I said it in 2010 that Obama was going to be responsible for the ending of America. And in 2012, the North American Trade Agreement between Mexico, America, and Canada was signed, and America became part of a trilateral communal corporation between Mexico, Canada, and America. America is no longer America. I was right about that in 2010 when I made the videos about it and when I posted about it. Moving forward to the year 2020, November 7th to be more specific, $1 trillion worth of computers couldn't figure out the election results, whatever they were. But $1 trillion worth of computers wasn't enough. And that went unnoticed and uncorrected. Then Donald Trump, who I have always said is a piece of garbage, a backstabbing liar and a traitor to the American way of life. That's what Donald Trump is. Donald Trump lied about everything that he was going to do to get into the presidency and then did none of it. He said he was going to prosecute Hillary Clinton. He did not do that. He said he was going to give you the truth about the World Trade Center, how it happened, why it happened, if it happened, who did it. He never did that. He knew about election fraud in 2015 and talked about how if he became president, he would end election fraud. And then for 4 years went silent until after he got booted out of the White House because of possible election fraud. Donald Trump is a fraud. The fraud is a fraud. The things that are going on in the news, it's all made up. I could tell you. In fact, I can't tell you how I could tell you, but I could tell you that I have actually witnessed things that happened, that took place, that made the front page of every newspaper in the tri-state area for a week. And every article by every newspaper reporter and every editorial page and everything that was related to what was said happened on the front page of every major newspaper in Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York, Pennsylvania. Every single article had every fact wrong. I watched what happened. It was all made up. They made it up as they went along. I physically watched the event. And yet, on that day, when I was just a boy, I realized that the newspapers lied about everything. Later on, again that happened. I watched an event occur. Nothing in any article came close to the truth. Not the names, not the reasons why, not how it happened. The only thing that was correct was the physicality of the event itself. It happened at a certain spot, and that spot was noted in the article, but nothing else was true. Nothing. So anybody that believes anything that's in the newspaper, I don't believe anything, because I watched two events that made 1,000 paper headlines, thousands of papers headlines for a week. I watched those events occur, and none of it was true. So Jack is out protesting. I don't know about what, but you know, Jack has been a major contributor, and he's been slacking the last couple of weeks, but Jack is back, and let's get rid of the slack, Jack. So, just kidding, Jack. Thank you for all that you've done to help me with my wants and needs. Thank you very much. Dennis Adam, Scott Del Fuego, John Escape, Gary, not my Philippines experience, another Gary, friend of mine, and many others. Many others. I don't know that I want to mention all their names, but maybe one day I will. But there have been many people that have contributed to my channel. And the fraud, even the fraud has contributed a fantastic amount of energy to my channel, to build up my channel and to keep me in the mainstream, because he lies about everything. People go, oh, that can't be true. And now that everything has been proven by the fraud to be fraudulent, and now I'm going to tell you how to paint the house, you moron. So let's go over here. John Escape says, it's a pleasure to help you out, Fazio. You're the only real man in Bohol. You have a couple of other people that are blogging in Bohol. They're blah, blah, blah people. Not all, but most of the other bloggers in Bohol. They're all blah, blah, blah. Now, I want to do a topic that I never did before, but first I'm going to tell the idiot how he should have painted his house. The idiot painted his house exactly backwards. So if you're going to paint a house and you have rust dust or rusty colored dust on the roof of your house, and the idiot has his leaders and his gutters are clogged up, the idiot started painting his house from the ground up and then up to the soffit. The soffit is the flat part between the house and the gutter. The idiot doesn't know what a soffit is, so I just explained it. He calls it something else, I forgot. But he's an idiot, so you have to forgive him. Then the idiot decides that he's going to fix the fascia board after he paints. Should have been fixed first. Should have been the first thing. Get rid of the rotten wood, and then you do the rest of the painting. But then the idiot tells you that the leaders and the gutters are solidly blocked. So what do you have to do? And he's going to put a pressure washing hose into the gutter. If the idiot knew a little bit more about construction, you could probably do that. And it would work. I mean, there's no doubt I could do it. But I don't think the idiot has the construction knowledge to do it. I think he read a book about it or someone told him he could do it. Because on his own, the idiot could never figure out how to... I'm not even going to tell him how to do it now in case the idiot hasn't done it yet. I won't tell you how to do that. But the idiot, the leaders and the gutters are clogged up. And then the idiot goes to the roof and the water fills up the gutters and rolls off out of the gutters and then down the house that he just painted. So what is the idiot doing? He's washing the rusty stains off the roof into the gutters and the leaders that are froze up or blocked, down onto his white fascia board and onto his house. What the idiot should have done is unclogged the leaders and the gutters, then power washed the roof, then painted the house. But the idiot does everything backwards. It's not sad, it's disgusting. It's disgusting that somebody could be so stupid, such a liar, such a deceiver, such an evil incarnate blogger, that he gets away with this. But notice that the idiot has been off now 7 days. Now, did the idiot get a strike for something he said? I don't know. He should be struck off YouTube altogether. But that's what the idiot is trying to do to everybody else's channel, get them struck. The idiot took full responsibility for having my super chat button removed. That in and of itself was not something that an intelligent person would have taken credit for. But the idiot, he likes to take credit for the destruction of other people's personalities, their channels, their personas, their relationships. The idiot thrives on taking credit of destroying other people's achievements because he's a jealous, insecure fool. And one day, the idiot will pay the price for that. I mean, all he has to do is run across one person, just one wrong person. That's all he has to do. How many times has the idiot threatened the lives of people, the livelihoods of people, destroyed or defamed their girlfriends or their wives or the person? How many times has the idiot done this? Thousands. Thousands of times. One day, somebody will just walk up to the idiot and say, hey, remember this? And then the idiot won't do that anymore. He will have learned a lesson. If he doesn't learn the lesson, just proves what an idiot he is. But one day, the idiot will meet somebody somewhere on some street or some road and realize that there are people out there that do take personal offense to what you say. It's inevitable that it happens. The idiot has pissed off, destroyed, or tried to destroy thousands of times people's relationships and their personas. Thousands of times. Eventually, the odds are that someone is going to take personal offense, and you will suffer the consequences. And well, he should. And well, he should learn his lesson to keep his mouth shut and not worry about if someone's wife is doing TikTok. How many videos did he talk about F.L. Woods' wife doing TikTok? What business is that of his? I have not watched a video of TikTok ever. I've watched seconds of a TikTok video, but I don't watch that. I don't watch that type of video. I don't watch music videos unless they're classical, hard rock or orchestral maneuvers from the London Philharmonic Orchestra does Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin. I like that, but I don't watch this new age music. I don't watch listen to rap. I don't listen to hip hop, and I don't watch TikTok. But I hear every day this guy's talking about a woman that does TikTok. What difference does it make that the woman does TikTok? What difference does it make if her husband likes her doing TikTok? See, this is why he has to interject his worthless self, and he is a worthless self. His being, as a being in this reality that we live in, it's a worthless, absolutely worthless endeavor. He has destroyed or tried to destroy 1,000 different ways people's reputations because he hates himself. Basically, Mike Wood, Mike Whitcomb, Bob Thumb, and My Philippines Interest DQ Labs, they're all correct. He hates himself. He hates what he sees when he looks in the mirror and sees those rotten, stinking, disgusting teeth. He hates that. He hates when he looks in the mirror and he says, I'm a good-looking man for my age. That's nonsense. No one ever told him that. If they told him that, it's because they looked at him and found his demeanor so disgusting that they had to make a compliment to make their life better. Because if anybody ever told him the truth, if he ever smiled at you with those disgusting, rotten, stinking chiclets that he has stuck on half the side of his mouth, if he ever smiled at you without his fake teeth in there, I don't even know where to go with that. I talked to people with no teeth. They said it's better to have no teeth than to have that crap sticking out of your face. So that's one of the reasons why he destroys everybody else's reputation, because when he looks in the mirror, he gets sick. And if you looked at him and saw that mess that he calls a mouthful of teeth, which is really just a half a mouthful of rotten, stinking giblets in there, you would also be sick to your stomach. And the stench that comes out of there, it's just unbelievable. Unfortunately, I know what that smells like, because in the Philippines there are a lot of people that haven't been able to take care of their teeth because of the lack of monetary means. And sometimes a person will get on a jeepney with teeth like that look like that, and the smell will be horrible. And that was before the mask. Now that the mask, you have to wear the mask, you can't even tell where the smell is coming from. But that stench is pretty much a predominant stench that occurs every once in a while in real life and on a jeepney. And it's not to the I would never make fun of a Filipino with rotten teeth because they just don't have money or dental hygiene practices that have made them aware to keep their teeth brushed 2 or 3 times a day. But that idiot was brought up in America, and there's no excuse for that rotten mess that he has in his mouth. None whatsoever. The closest to building the idiot has done, says John Escape, the closest to building the idiot has done is a house of cards, and maybe, just maybe, too hard. The closest to building the idiot has done is a house of cards, and maybe, just maybe, too hard. Hello, LaRue Seagrass. I know that makes sense to you, John Escape, but the idiot has never built anything. And now I've showed you pictures, and I'm going to show you pictures of me building boats, but once I showed you people pictures of me building decks and docks and running cranes and barges and tugboats, that stuff stopped. Where I couldn't do this and I couldn't do that. And then the idiot, all he's got is that I'm broke. And then when I proved I'm not broke, the idiot doesn't even have that anymore. Now he's a better worker than me. The idiot lies. I will take you out onto the hottest day, on the hottest day of the year at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and you and me, whatever exercise routine you want to do, whatever it is, you want to carry buckets of rock, you want to put on a 30-pound backpack or a 40-pound backpack and walk up and down hills with it, whatever it is that you want to do, you chump. You couldn't beat me in any physical activity. We already know that when you had the offer, multiple offers to get into the ring with anybody, you're a coward. You wouldn't get into the ring with anybody for no. And what excuse did you have? He's not going to be wagering his money. He's going to be wagering somebody else's money. Well, do you think Mike Tyson wagers $13 million that he's going to win? No. The purse is $13 million. You win, you win. You lose, you lose. But Mike Tyson doesn't put up his money. But I have money to wager you. And I will still wager you that in the ring, I will box you into the corner. And I want to use 4-ounce gloves. I want to use 4-ounce gloves. And I want to see your boxing skills. And I want to have a ring doctor there. And I want to have a ring announcer there, and I want to have the press or some videographers there. I want to get into an 18-foot ring with you with 4-ounce gloves. And I want to see that tough guy. I want to see that tough guy. I want to see you running. Go ahead, you run your mouth to me like you ran your mouth to that elderly gentleman. You run your mouth to me. Go ahead, do that. You do that. Just get in the ring with me. Just get into a professional boxing ring with me. We can make this happen when you get back. You have 6 months to train. You just get in the ring with me, and we'll get wages from every place, every corner of the world. And I will teach you in under 90 seconds that you have made a mistake. I will wager you. And I will open up my bank account when the time comes. That money that I wager you is my money. And you have to back it up, though. You have to show us that you can back up the wager. Because you can't back up any wager. You're broke. You're broke as a joke. You have destroyed. You lie about every. I end up with 135,000 pesos a month every month after. You're a liar. You're a liar. That means you put $2,500 a month in the bank for 5 years. That's $500,000 you have in the bank. If you had $500,000 in the bank, you could have paid off your mortgage in Hawaii. Or you could live like a human being. You wouldn't have to worry about the cost of Pepto-Bismol or the cost of bromo seltzer. What are you even looking at that crap for? What is wrong with your eating habits that you have stomach disorders? Sick little man. Hey, LaRue Seagrass. Hello, my dear friend host, Michael Fazio. Good morning, LaRue. Now, for those of you who are Filipina or Filipinos, LaRue Seagrass is Filipina. She does a Filipina blog every day, 2 or 3 times a day for 2 or 3 hours each blog, and talks mainly about her relationship with God. She's very spiritual. I try to stop cursing when she's on my channel, but she's a very spiritual person and she's very uplifting. Whatever she's talking about in that Visayan or Cebuano language, to listen to LaRue is to get like an energy lift. So thank you for stopping by, LaRue. Big thumbs up, says LaRue. John Escape, and everybody loves LaRue. All of our friends go to LaRue's channel and give her a thumbs up when we have time. John reciprocating the amenities. Hello, LaRue. Have a blessed night to you and your family, John Escape. Michael McFarland says hello to LaRue. John Escape, thank you. God bless. LaRue from John Escape. Yes, my friend John Escape. God bless you too. Hello, Michael McFarland. Everybody loves LaRue. Everybody loves LaRue. What a good feeling it is when you go to a channel and everybody says hello to you. Not like the fraud when he goes to somebody's channel. Every troll on YouTube is there waiting to abuse him because he deserves to be abused for the angst and the lies, deceits, and half-truths that he's perpetrated throughout all of the community. This is nothing new, by the way. This goes back to the beginning of social media. Everything about the fraud is fraudulent. Even what he claims to fame, what he has in the past claimed to fame, even those people that he has used as a stepping stone to fame, even that family disowned him years ago. He's a liar. He's a deceiver. He's a fraud. Here to stay for a few minutes, says LaRue, dear friend, host Michael Fazio. I will leave later to go out for some important matter to transact at Western Union. Well, thank you for stopping by, LaRue. We appreciate that. And everybody loves you, LaRue. Thank you. The lady, the most spiritual person on my channel. Thank you, LaRue. John wants to meet up with Mr. Michael McFarland. LaRue wants to meet up with John Escape. Michael McFarland lives in Leyte, and John Escape has friends in Leyte. Okay? LaRue, happy to meet friends I met here. They were VIP for me. Everybody loves LaRue. I got to tell you. She's probably the most well-liked person on my channel. The professor says, good morning, Rabbi. Whoa, the professor. Slowly I turn. The professor says hello to Michael. The professor saying hello to LaRue. And then they're talking about how far. So there is one other thing I want to talk about. I dropped some papers down there. I dropped my tax papers on the floor. Hold on, let me get them. Ah! Got him. Okay, there is one other thing I want to talk about. And this is totally disgusting. Today, I went to trending on YouTube. Trending. I never pushed that button before. I only usually go to, now I'm having trouble with my mouse. I usually only go to subscriptions page. So I'm going to open up a link on a different page. You want to get sick? You want to see the kind of... Okay. I have said steadily since the lockdown that they are destroying the educational system of the children of the world by not letting them go to school now over a year. That's disgusting. I have told you people that the economy is never going to get better. It's just not. Don't expect the economy to get better. At best, if the lockdown ended in December of 2021, and that's probably close to about when it should end, at best, it will take 12 years for businesses to start making money like they did 18 months ago. Percentage of investment and profit. Okay? You people, me included, are screwed. They're not going to build up the economy again. It's just not going to happen. What they're giving you is false from the get-go. Right across the board with what's going on in real life. Real life is, and I made videos about this a year ago now, real life is the cruise industry was shut down in a day. A $10 billion a year business for just the three big cruise liners. $10 billion a year was shut down in 24 hours. The cargo freight companies were shut down in 24 hours. There is no distribution of cargo anymore. Bohol hasn't seen a delivery of Asus computers since last March. Manila hasn't seen a delivery of Asus computers since last March. That's $100 billion a year in cargo and freight that was shut down in 24 hours. Yes, we have food and some medical supplies. Other than that, we have nothing. Do you know that I could go into 25... Well, I went into 22 pharmacies to buy this. I got to get it. 22 pharmacies. 22 pharmacies. I could name them, but I'm not going to. To buy 1-inch medical tape to dress the wounds on my leg. 22 pharmacies. Let's just say half of them had no tape at all, and half of them had tape that was a ½ inch. This is 1 inch, which is not strong enough. And those pharmacies had the 1 inch tape, excuse me, the ½ inch tape at the ICM mall for this size roll, for that much. That would, for the amount of lineal feet that I use to wrap my leg, I can do 1 wrap in the morning and 1 wrap at night with this roll, and then it's empty. In the ICM mall, a ½ inch wide tape, half of this, was 63 pesos. That's $1.26. So, but a ½ inch tape, when you're walking around with the dressed wound, the tape rips apart very easily. So you got to use the whole roll or more, because the tape is, not only is it only a ½ inch, it's not as high a quality as this brand and this tape. So it costs $2.50 a day to wrap my leg. That's $50 a month for tape only. But only the ICM mall had ½ inch tape for 3 weeks. How is that possible? The pharmacies, Rose, 360, Mercury, had no tape at all. Nothing, not even a single roll of tape. And then the one place that had it was the pharmacy in the ICM mall, and they were charging 63 pesos for a roll. That's ridiculous. No pharmacy, none, 0, 22 pharmacies and hospital pharmacies included have any gauze, wrappable gauze. One pharmacy, Mercury, has a roll of gauze this big, the size of a quarter, an American quarter, or the size of a Filipino peso. It's 3 yards, 9 feet. One pharmacy, Rose, had 1 roll of gauze in the 3 weeks that I looked for gauze. One pharmacy had 1 roll of gauze to wrap a wound. One hospital that I had the wound dressed in professionally by doctors in December, one hospital had gauze when they wrapped my leg on December 9th of 2020, when I went to the hospital to get the wounds addressed. And since then, they have not had any gauze. I have to take the gauze and wash it, sterilize it in bleach, and reuse it, because there is no gauze in the Philippines that I can find. And that works just fine. It's just like washing a pair of underwear, except that it would be better if I could use new gauze, but there is no gauze to be bought. 3 of the pharmacies that I have gone to since December to buy tape and gauze are closed permanently. They're gone. The store is empty, the signage has been taken down, and it's gone. The store, the pharmacy. 3 pharmacies have gone out of business. The laboratory in the Romero Hospital, when I went there, I wanted to get tested for diabetes, because everybody keeps saying you might have diabetes, which I don't, but I would be happy to take another test for diabetes. The test is between the doctor visit and the blood work and the urine analysis for diabetes. I think it was less than $60 for all of the testing. Well, when I went there last time, the laboratory was closed. So now the hospital laboratory that does the testing in Bohol for the Romero Hospital is closed. Now, I don't know if it's open now, but it was closed then. And it was closed. It wasn't closed for the day. It wasn't a holiday. It wasn't a Sunday or a Saturday. The laboratory was closed. Like they didn't have any business, so they closed down the laboratory. The lockdown is destroying businesses worldwide. But I am only concerned about getting tape for my leg. A simple thing like tape. So yesterday, I found a pharmacy with tape, and I bought it all. I bought it all. I bought every roll they had in the pharmacy. All 5 rolls. After months and months of going to the pharmacy to buy tape, and the girl knowing that I want tape, she says, "We have tape, sir." And I said, "I'll take it all." I didn't even know how much there was. And she said, "Sir, this is all we have." I said, "I don't care how much it is. Just give it to me, all of it." And here it is. This is what I had left. Half a roll. And I bought the entire supply of surgical or hospital dressing tape. I bought the entire supply. It's right there in front of you on your screen. 5 rolls. That's all that there was in Bohol. Now, I only went to 2 pharmacies for tape yesterday. The third one across the street was closed permanently. They didn't take the sign down yet, but I don't think it's going to open up again. So I right here, I possess all the pharmaceutical tape there is for wound dressing in Bohol, right there on your screen. 3 in one hand and 2 in the other. I, Michael Fazio, am now the king of pharmaceutical surgical tape. This is it. This is all the tape there is in Bohol. That's crazy. There is none. There is no gauze that you used to be able to buy a box of gauze, a big box like this big. And that had 15 yards of gauze. They don't have that anymore. And that was $12. Well, they don't have that anymore anyway, so it doesn't matter. What they have is they'll sell you gauze pads about this big, 3x3 or 4x4, and those are 8 pesos each. But there's nothing to wrap the pads onto your leg with. They don't have any tape. And you people think this is realistic? This is not realistic. This is not going to get any better. I was right last year when I said the lockdown would not end before Christmas. I kind of thought that it would open up by June of this year, but now I'm looking more like February of 2022. Not because I'm taking a guess or a stab at this. I'm telling you what big business, big pharma, the big industry is saying. That by mid-2022, and they're lying about this, but mid-2022, businesses will start to be open again. That's a lie. That's The only bigger lie on the internet is the fraud. Because I could go through this, but most of you people have no understanding of business itself. You don't just go into business. You don't just invest in the restaurant business. A cheap investment in America is $250,000. You don't just open up a restaurant. First of all, you have to have an architect and a commercial kitchen specialist architect design your plumbing, electrical, and what they call waste. Grease traps, special plumbing, special clean-outs for the grease, for the plumbing fittings. You're looking at, to build a commercial restaurant, you're looking at small one, $250,000. Well, when that piece of shit, Donald Trump, closed down businesses, one of the first things he closed down were restaurants and bars. All investments of $250,000 to $1 million to $2 million. Do you know that one of the most prolific things that are sold now secondhand is commercial restaurant equipment? What a sink, a double corner sink, 30 by 30 by 24 deep, 2 sinks, and with a corner counter, 9 foot long, one leg 9 foot, and then 6 foot on the other leg. Let's just say 15 feet total. Stainless steel with a rolled front edge and a service deck for putting the dishes on up on top would be about $12,000 US. That's for magnetic stainless. That's not 304. $12,000 for that corner sink. Now, why do I know that? Because I had one. And I didn't pay that much for it. I took it out of a restaurant. But I carried that thing around with me for 20 years because it was a great parts thing for working on the crane, the barge. I had, the sinks, you could clean parts. It had proper drainage. It had a faucet on it and everything like that. That's a $12,000 item. In $1990, $12,000. You can buy those for about $400 now on the market, $500 in the Philippines, because all the restaurants closed down. There's thousands of surplus sinks and commercial equipment, commercial high-pressure sprayers. They're cheap. They're like 10 cents on the dollar. Well, all these places that closed down, you do realize that in order to reestablish a new restaurant, those people, again, they have to buy all that equipment, and they still have to pay an architect then for the plans and all of that. They have to invest another $250,000 to $1 million in the restaurant business. This is just one trade. The restaurant business could cost you $1 million to set up any restaurant, any decent restaurant. You have to pay for your business licenses. You have to pay maybe 6 months in advance for rent, and you have to have this, and you have to have that. And who's going to invest $1 million in a new restaurant and have some piece of garbage like Trump shut your business down, and in one day your business is gone? Who's going to do that again? Nobody. Business is not coming back. And in the Philippines, who's going to do that in the Philippines? The Philippines is even worse off financially than America. No one's going to do that. There are, in the Galleria Mall, store after store after store after store is just closed. They're gone. There's nothing left. They're gutted. They took out the counter, the bathrooms, they're just gone. They're not there anymore. It's just a glass storefront, no signage, no nothing. No one is going to go out and risk their life savings to set up a restaurant business or any business, knowing that some piece of garbage like Donald Trump could come along and shut their business down in a day, one day. Just close it down. And who stays open? Who is staying open? Think about this. Just the malls and the shopping centers. McDonald's, Burger King, Jollibees. The people with all the money are allowed to stay open, even though they're not making much money. But they have a war chest. They could probably go for 2 or 3 years. But I've seen businesses that just opened up. Restaurant businesses that just opened up. I mean, a week before the lockdown occurred. And they're gone. They spent millions of dollars here in the Philippines. Millions of dollars. One guy bought a property or rented a property or however he got the property, a corner property, that he had to put like 18 feet of fill in over the course of an acre. I don't know if he paid for it or they paid to fill. I don't know. Then he built $1 million restaurant. He probably invested $1 million American into building this restaurant. And there's nobody that goes to the restaurant. Now, I don't know how he stays open. I guess he's got deep pockets, but that's not the point. If that guy, now he's still open, but and looks like he's got a beautiful restaurant, but nobody goes there. No one has $12 to eat, to have a spare rib dinner in the Philippines. That's a ridiculous amount of money. That's a day and a half's labor for a Filipino. But that's what lunch will cost you in this particular restaurant, $12 or more. Now, I wouldn't spend $12. Now, I'll spend $21 for a buffet, but Lord knows I don't need to go to a buffet. Now, I stopped going to a restaurant that raised the price to $12 for a pizza pie. Now, they're closed. The best pizza in Bohol was, well, there are two good places to get pizza. But the first place that's been open since I got to the Philippines in 2014, Giuseppe's, has a temporarily closed sign on it now 5 months. It's closed. Now, he's got 5 or 6 restaurants in the Philippines. And he also has rentals on top of the restaurant. So I guess that helps pay his mortgage. But he's owned that property for 8 years, at least 8. But he closed his business down. I had pizza there 5 months ago on a Sunday night at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was the only person in the restaurant. And he had at least 5 people, waiters and cooks and cash register people and guard. 5 people were in the restaurant. You can't sell two $12 pies and pay 5 people salaries and have the electric on and the fans and the refrigeration. You can't do that. They are destroying everything. And what does YouTube and Google push? They push these crap videos. They don't want you to look at the truth. Look at the garbage that's trending on YouTube. I'm going to turn the camera around. You're going to look at the garbage. I'm going to press. Yep, how do I do that? I don't know how to do that. Ah, here it is. I'm going to press explore. Okay, I'm going to press explore. I'm going to open up the screen. On the sidebar of your computer and mine, there's an area here where the cursor is going up and down. And underneath where it says home, right there. Home, right on top, and explore. Look at the garbage that YouTube wants you to watch. Look at the garbage. Watch this. Explore, and then we're going to go to the tab on the left. Trending. Look at the garbage they're pushing on the children of the world. Trending. Let's go to trending. There, we're in trending. Look at the crap they want you to watch. Look at this. Funny, do-it-yourself foot soap. It had 122 million views this morning. Right here. 122 million views in 1 week. Of a person that made a form of a foot and poured liquid soap into the hole. And it got 122 million views. And another million was added since this morning at 5 o'clock. It's garbage. It's total garbage that they're pushing on your children. Go to another video. Any one of these videos that are trending, any one of them are completely worthless psychobabble, crap, garbage. And yet, that's what's trending on YouTube. Now, for music, I don't listen to any new age music. So if I push that music button, I wouldn't know the name of any music video probably for the first 20 pages. Taylor Swift, I know her name, but I would not know what fearless means or the name of, I don't know what it sounds like. I wouldn't watch a Taylor Swift video if you posted it on my page 1,000 times and suggested for me to watch Taylor Swift. I wouldn't watch it. To me, I have no interest in Taylor Swift. But that's who they're pushing. Something I would not watch. Another Taylor Swift video. And another one. Okay? Then there's another woman that I have no idea who the woman is. And she gets 20 million views a day on her worthless, absolutely worthless music videos. She's putting out 3 or 4 videos a day, and they're all getting 5 to 7 million views. I forgot where that was. And then we have gaming. Look at the views. 500,000 views. 1.1 million views in 3 days. 500,000 views. 4 million views. It's ridiculous the kind of crap they're posting as trending and what they want you to watch and what the children are watching. They're not going to school. They're not being educated. They're not being taught how to do anything constructive. And they're being brainwashed into watching this crap on YouTube. Marvel Studios, 12 million views in 2 days on a teaser and a trailer, official trailer, 2 minutes long, 12 million views. 8 million views on a 3-minute trailer. 6 million views on a 51-second trailer. Look at the garbage they're making these children watch. And these children are going to do what? They're going to be the caretakers for this world? Are you kidding? They're not being taught any skills. They're not being taught how to do anything. Their brains are being destroyed with this crap they're watching. Their brains are being destroyed with this crap they're watching on YouTube. And you think this is normal? This isn't normal. This is what they call the end game. You're in it now, you moron. You believe that things are going to get better. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Every day, it's going to get worse. You people think in terms of Agenda 2021 coming? Agenda 2021 came and went. We are in what is called the Great Reset right now. They said, they lied, they foretold the Great Reset to happen in 2030. They lied. This is the Great Reset. You people are being trained to accept what's happening to you. I don't know how to stop it. I know what would stop it, and if I said what would stop it, they would take my channel down. All I know is that you people are being brainwashed by the crap you're watching on YouTube. Not so much listening to the fraud, because in some respects, as psychotic as this might sound, it's a way to teach people what delusion is. Delusions of grandeur. That the idiot believes he's a painting contractor. The idiot believes he knows how to cut trees down. The idiot doesn't know how to do any of that, and he never did, and he never will. That's been proven 1,000 times over. But this is the crap they're posting on YouTube as trending. I have never pushed the trending button in over a year. Today I pushed it and I looked at... I didn't watch that foot video. I just watched the prelude to the video. Somebody made a mold. They put their foot in a soft mold and they filled it up with soap. And it got 122 million views. Who cares? Does of those 122 million people, how many of them are going to do it? And they call that arts and crafts. How many of them are going to do that? How many of them have the money to build the mold? How many of them have access to liquid soap that'll get hard? None. 1, 2 people out of 122 million, and that's the crap they're posting for you to watch? It's pretty sick. Michael McFarland, you're asking about restrictions where you live. And this goes along with what I've been saying. The restrictions in the Philippines are about to get worse. In Bohol yesterday, Michael McFarland, and anybody else, I got into a shuttle to go from the BOOKK Mall to the ICM Mall. And for the first time in 6 or 7 months, the shuttle driver said to me, "Where's your shield, face shield, the plastic face shield?" And I said, "It's in my bag. You have to carry one. You have to have one." He said, "You're going to have to put it on." Well, I said, "Okay, but why?" He goes, "It's mandatory now." So, 6 months ago, it was mandatory to face shield on the shuttles and the jeepneys. And then until yesterday, it wasn't mandatory. Well, last week. So when I went to the wet market, now the wet market, the face shield was mandatory up until about 6 months ago, and then the mask was enough. But now, to get into the wet market, a face shield and a mask is required. Now, I said to the shuttle driver, and I didn't make a video about this, how can you see through that face shield? I mean, this guy's driving down the road with a 10-cent piece of plastic covering his face. Everything is distorted. It's not like a piece of Pyrex glass where everything is crystal clear. And he agreed. He agreed that the face shield distorts. You can't see anything peripheral, a motorcycle or a child walking across the street or a pedestrian. You can only see what's straight in front of you with that face shield on. These things, in my opinion, should not be mandatory for the driver of a jeepney, a tricycle, a motorcycle, or a bus. I think they should have another kind of shield, something of a much higher quality. But then could the people afford that? Not for me, but for a face shield for me to go into the wet market. You know, I just look at where I'm putting my feet. But for somebody that's driving a bus with 20 or 30 or 40 people in the bus, I don't believe that that's a safe thing. So they're actually asking you to put something that's unsafe on your face. But the restrictions are going to get worse. They're not going to get better, at least for the next few months, Michael. Thank you, LaRue. LaRue is still here. I remember hearing this a while back. I'm not real sure what you're talking about, James. Are you talking about the face shields and the safety factor? I really think they should have a real high quality piece of shielding for the operators. If they want you to wear a face shield, they should have a better face shield. Not this 10-cent plastic shields that they blow in the wind. They change everything around. Everything gets distorted. John Escape is in Florida. They don't have any rules in Florida anymore. And we're going to get James part of the 50-year plan document. I can't find anywhere anymore. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that would be Agenda 2021, Agenda 2030, Agenda 2050. You might be able to find it under Agenda 2050. But it was a 50-year plan. And they did tell you about this plan in a PDF called Report from Iron Mountain. Everything they said shouldn't happen is happening. They did it as reverse psychology in the PDF called Report from Iron Mountain PDF. James, look up Report from Iron Mountain PDF. It's still available on the internet. I have it downloaded, but they did a study of how not to destroy the world, and everything that they said shouldn't happen is happening now. Everything in the entire report from Iron Mountain. And the professor says, Rabbi, I wear the same 4.0 readers. Actually, he's right. These are readers from readers.com. I have 12 pairs of these. I think I took that box outside. I have, if anybody needs reading glasses, if you live in the Philippines, you're screwed. But if you need good reading glasses in America, readers.com. Free delivery. And if you buy more than a certain amount, you get a 10% discount and free delivery. And these are almost indestructible. I could wear a pair of these for every day for 5 or 6 months. If I don't step on them or sit on them, they last 5 or 6 months before the hinges wear out. So I bought 12 pairs, and these are 4.0s, and these are from readers.com. They have the best prices and the highest quality readers in America. And the order comes within 48 hours. Okay, you'll look it up. Oh, it's a report from Iron Mountain PDF. I could go through what it is. I've gone through it before. In the Kennedy administration, they wanted to know how not to destroy society, the world. We're not talking about America. We're not talking about Washington. We're talking about the world. How not to destroy it. So they sequestered 13 men, brilliant scientists, all in different fields. A lot of those fields overlapped. And they said, how should we go about living our lives as to not to destroy this world? And everything they said don't do is what's happening now. Don't destroy the drinking water supply. We destroyed that. Be more secure with nuclear waste and don't let it put it out into the environment. That's out the window. In fact, this week, Fukushima announced that they're going to dump 100 million tons of nuclear waste into the Pacific Ocean. But that's in conjunction. How many tons? 300 tons of groundwater that can't be stopped. Okay, groundwater is water that's in the ground. It comes from the mountains and the streams, and it just filters to the ocean. But 3,000 tons of groundwater goes through and underneath the ground of Fukushima. 3,000 tons a day. So all those tanks that they built above ground, that was just to take some of the waste from some of the sub basements in Fukushima. Not all the sub basements. This is the low energy caustic waste. Much of the water that is in the reactor that blew up and melted down in the 7th layer of the ground through 7 layers of concrete, much of that, if it wasn't for groundwater, would be fissionable and seen above ground. The groundwater is what's keeping that cool, the flow of groundwater, and that goes over the spent core or the melted core, and then through 1,000 feet of soil, and then straight into the Pacific Ocean anyway. This has been the plan to reduce the sperm count in the people of this world using radiation and polyvinyl chloride chemicals, bisosinol or something like that in the PVCs, bisosinol, I forgot the name of the chemical. In 20 years, no man or woman will be able to have a baby naturally. I mean, there'll be a few, of course. People that are living off the grid in some weird forest area, they'll be able to have children, but not in the big cities. 20 years from now, people will not be able to have children. Your sperm count, the sperm count of the average 20-year-old today is half of what the average 20-year-old was 50 years ago. And in 20 more years, there won't be a sperm count in children anymore. Their sperm count will be 0. 20 years from now, a child that's born will not be able to have children naturally. That's the goal. This is the Great Reset. You're living in it. You people are screwed. Me, I'm already old. I'm going to build my hotel, and I'm going to sit up on the observation deck with a few of my friends, and we're going to at least say that we got to enjoy our lives. But that's over for you people, the youth of today that are watching these videos. You people are screwed. You just don't see it. I have always told you they were going to destroy America, and they did. My predictions all came true. I have a channel up on YouTube with 830 videos. Political, Obama, Pat Leahy, Eric Holder, every criminal from every political venue from the 1980s, including Reagan, who was supposed to be, and some people claim was part of the Bohemian Grove, and he might have even been a pedophile. I am telling you, people, that this plan is from 1888. This plan has been in effect. James called it the 50-year plan. 50 years ago, they cemented the plan to happen. But the plan has been to build up American society from before America existed, to build this society up and to destroy it. It's what they do. They're world builders. They build up empires and they destroy empires. And they have been doing it for billions of years. Billions with a B. Society has been brought to the level of technology that we have today thousands of times. And they know this is the truth. They hide the truth from you. Always have hid the truth from you. They know there's a city right off the coast of Cuba that's 20,000 years old, the size of Miami, cut out of coral. They know that city is there. They know it could not have been done with conventional methods. It's cut out of solid coral, and it's 1,700 feet, 17,000 feet deep. Look up underwater city, Cuba. I think it's 17,000 feet of water or 1,700 feet of water, but it's 20,000 years old. They know all about what I'm telling you. They lie to you. They have built up societies far greater than ours, Atlantis, whatever you want to call it, and they've destroyed them. And they're doing it again. And now you just happen to have seen the beginning of the end. And in 50 years, the end will have occurred. And they will destroy all life on Earth as we know it, bring us back down into the Stone Ages, let everything deteriorate for 100,000 years, and they'll start building up the society again. Hold on a minute. Let me get here. Okay, James says he found report from Iron Mountain, and you're reading it. Now, it takes the average person about just under 3 hours to read that document. And what I suggest if you're reading it is just read it. Don't try to follow it. Just read through it. When you don't understand something technical, just read it. Just read right through it. And then go back and read it again. And a lot of it will make sense the second time around. Big Al. That's a great song, Big Al. In the year 2535, if man is still alive. That was one of my favorite songs. And that song, I often wonder, Big Al, was that song prophecy? Or did somebody come back in time and somehow implant the lyrics into the musical genius that wrote the song? Because that is such a powerful song when you listen to it today. That song is prophetic in so many ways. That is a great song. You gotta wonder, just like there's a Pink Floyd song that rivals that song in a lot of ways, where the lyrics are, I looked over Jordan and I seen, from the Animals album, things are not what they seem to be. And then it's about the Middle East. And it was written in 74, I think. And it's about the destruction of the Middle East. And then when the rusty wire that holds the cork in, that's about nuclear weapons. That's about somebody pulling the trigger on a nuclear weapon or a nuclear disaster. And I got to tell you something else about nuclear disasters. For you people that don't know how Fukushima occurred or why, Fukushima was not, I don't care what anybody says, I don't care. You can't make me believe it. I know how it happened. I know when it happened. I know what the newspaper article said, how it happened. Fukushima was not from a tsunami, not a natural tsunami. And Fukushima originated from a 9.1 on the Richter scale earthquake. But it was man-made. And there is no way you can disprove what I just said, other than if you watch or read what's in the newspapers. It was a 9.1 earthquake, not a 6.1. They transversed the numbers, number one. Number two, it was impossible for Fukushima to have a 9.1 earthquake, even though it was a 9.1 on the Richter scale. What happened, it was a nuclear weapon drilled into the earth at a certain depth. And when it was exploded, the wave formed that destroyed Fukushima Prefecture. However, proof that it could not have been a natural disaster is that the quake emanated or originated at about 1,500 feet below the surface of the ocean's bottom. A 9.0 quake, natural, would have to emanate from 6 miles down below the Earth's surface. So it could not have been a natural earthquake. Now, it made a wave equal to a 9.0 on the Richter scale earthquake. It did do that. And the wave destroyed Fukushima. But here is proof that it could not have been a real 9.1 earthquake. Had it been a 9.1 earthquake emanating from 6 miles down under the ocean bed, all, and I mean all, every building, every store, every apartment building, every condominium complex, every structure in Fukushima would have already been collapsed when the water got there, if it was a real 9.1 earthquake, because the ground would have trembled underneath Fukushima enough to destroy all the buildings. And yet all the buildings and all the roads were intact until the wave got there. Yeah, they showed you stores with shit rattling off the shelves, but that was not from a 9.0 quake 6 miles offshore. That was just from the explosion. Now, if you don't believe me, go to Jim, Jim, Stone, Stone, Jim Stone. Go to his website. He has the only website on the entire internet in the whole world that will describe what I just told you is the truth. If it's still there, the website, Jim Stone. Okay? Now, I didn't read Jim Stone's website. I remember how it happened. I remember the theories of how it was impossible to have a 9.0 on the Richter scale the morning of Fukushima. It was impossible that the buildings were still up. Scientists all over the world were saying that's impossible. And then they scrubbed it all. It's scrubbed from the internet. Everything that said 9.1 became 6.1, and the wave became a wave from a 6.1 on the Richter scale, and the buildings were up because it was only a 6.1. It's all, you've been lied to about so much stuff. But Fukushima, why did it happen? It happened for a very, very specific reason. And if I say why it happened, I'll probably get my channel taken down. But you can find that information out on the Jim Stone website. But let's just say that it was done on purpose, and it was done with intent to do what it did, and it was a punishment, a form of punishment to the Japanese for disobeying a direct order from a certain country that said, don't do this, and they were going to go ahead and do it, and then Fukushima happened to them. You believe what you want. That's the truth. Don't believe me. I don't care. But the truth, for the people that have lived through it and watched it and followed it, they know that I'm telling you the truth. And the only place that that truth still exists is just one place, on Jim Stone's website. You needed a rapid antibody blood test to go to Bebe. Well, they haven't done any blood tests here. That's a fake passport TV. Thanks, John. That's not passport TV. He would never say that. We don't have checkpoints like that here. I think I actually got lucky moving to Bohol because we have minimal restrictions. I mean, I have never, ever, not even one time, have I ever been harassed by anybody, especially the PNP of the Army. When they stop me, we end up laughing at something, you know. Of course, as soon as they stop me, they stop the tricycle. And I carry my ID. Of course, I have the ID. But when they stop the tricycle, first thing I usually say to the guard is, "Are you selling that? The pistola? Is that you want to sell that to me?" And they laugh. And once you get them laughing, they're good to go. But I've never been harassed by any PNP officer or military personnel. The ones that are really serious, you could tell you don't kid around with them. You just say good morning, and they say good morning. And I'll get them to laugh one way or another. They're going to laugh, but I'll tell them, "Oh, Mayang gabi," when it's first thing in the morning, and they say, "Mayang gabi, no, dali mayan buntag," and that gets them to open up for a conversation. And then you say, "Wala adlaw," which means there's no sun because it's cloudy, and then they'll laugh and they'll let you go. But I have all my ID, but they don't have lockdowns like you have there, Michael. I'll tell you that. It's a pain in the neck. And if they did, I have to go into the city for very few things. There's only one piece of garbage on the internet that calls me melted candle face, and that is the fraud. The fraud is here, pretending to be Barry J. the Womanizer. That's the fraud. You guys want to say hello to the fraud? Have at it. And just remember, Barry J. the Womanizer, if you ever got into the ring with me, in a professional ring, originally, I was going to just knock you out. Me and you get into the ring announcer says go, and we go. But things have changed. I'm gonna drag it out for a couple of minutes. If you ever got into the ring with me, I'd twist you up into so many pieces. I'd hit you so many times with a left, you'd be begging for a right. You little coward. You scrawny, worthless piece of blogging material. Barry J. the Womanizer. You have tried to destroy everybody's reputation. Just remember when I did make the offer for me and you to go, and how you became the world's most prolific coward, and you shuttered the idea and cowered down to look like a little worm, and you went like this. Remember that. Remember that, because that's what I'm going to do to you if you ever decide to get into the ring with me, a professional boxing ring. That's what the first thing I'm going to do to you is go like this, and then we're going to go out into the middle of the ring. When the ring announcer says touch gloves, we're going to touch gloves, and that'll probably be the last thing that you remember for a couple of weeks. And now he comes on as a fake account because he's afraid he can't come on as a real account because he's blocked. But that's the coward. Barry J. the Womanizer is the fraud coming on. Just remember, when I said let's go, you curled up into a little ball because you're a coward. You're not even half a man. In fact, my mother was more of a man than you could ever hope to be. James, what do they get out of it? Them building up and destroying civilizations. It's actually quite simple. Okay, we have come to the point now where we see that we're being controlled, and we are basically servants to the system. And we don't like that. Okay, and they control everything. Why do they have this serf population that they have now? Why did they have it for the last few hundred years since the Industrial Revolution? Well, if you could believe this, and it's hard to believe, but they've been doing this for billions of years, traveling to other worlds and planets, probably an everyday occurrence to certain factions of the higher echelons of society. It's been proven a million times, a billion times, that we've been visited by other civilizations and other entities from other galaxies, whatever, other realms. Why do they have us around at all? To mine food and stores for them. So right now, there are vast chambers of stores of foods, gold, platinum, Google, Facebook, YouTube. They're storing trillions of minutes or hours of documentaries for people to watch when they're getting ready to destroy the world. They're not getting ready to just kill the population. They're going to destroy the world. All of it. Everything. Ships, aircraft carriers, nuclear facilities. And they'll go underground for a couple of 100 years till the nuclear wasteland is rehabilitated. And then they'll come back out and they'll do it again. And maybe every 100,000 years they do this. Why do they keep us now? Just to build stores for them. We have a gold mine we have hundreds of gold mines and platinum mines and copper mines and silver mines. And how do you know how much gold came out of a mine? How do you know how much food has been stored in underground facilities? How do you know how much water is underground facilities? They have underground facilities the size of New York City, 10 stories high. Not 10 stories, 10 stories of 30-foot high ceilings, 10 stories high, all over the world. And these places exist for the elite to go when they decide to pull the plug on everything else. The city that was made outside Cuba, you can Google it, underwater city, Cuba. It'll show you the city. They won't give you, they'll give you zero information on who built it and how it got there, but it's there. This is what they do. But now that people are starting to rebel against the system, they're destroying the system. It's what they do. It's what they've always done. This is nothing new. They've been doing it for billions of years. They give you this story that 60 million years ago, dinosaurs roamed the earth. Well, how can they say that? They can't even get the last election results straight. But they know what happened 60 million years ago? They've never given you an actual photograph from the moon. But they know now they're giving you video from Mars? It's all CGI. It's all lies. It's all what they call in the film BOOKK. It's all deception, lies, half-truths. It's just to appease you. They got what they want. They needed food. They needed iron. They needed silver. They got all that stuff stored up. They have entire battleships stored underground in dry dock. Submarines, battleships, trillions of dollars in cash. It's all done. It's all done. You have no. You hear about places like what was that? Stargate SG-1, the command in Colorado. That's nothing. They have places 10 times that size in every country. They have been building underground cities since 1836. They never stopped. It never stopped. There are things that go on below us I don't know about the Philippines, but in the big cities and other places under mountains and stuff where they have cities the size of New York City where tens of thousands of people live and work every day. Probably some of them have never seen the sun. And they've lived there since they were born. They don't know any different. That's their life underground, living in laboratories and technology. Look at the technology to this phone I got in front of me. This technology has been out since the 90s when they said that they could see. Look at this. Look at this. Just look at what you're about to see on the screen. They had this technology. Watch what happens when I zoom in on this picture. What you're looking at is the pixels on the screen. Those little black and white dots. You're looking at the pixels on the screen. I can see that from 100 feet away if my lens is clean. This technology is technology that they've had for 30 years that they're putting in the phone now today that you can buy in the Samsung S21. Hey, fraud, that you're still here, you little piece of walking, talking, lying material, blogging material. How am I still broke if I bought a Samsung S21 phone? You little creepy little man you are. You are a creepy man. Just remember what I told you. Me and you, we get into the ring. Any amount of money that you want to wager, that you want to prove that you're a tough guy, any amount of money. Me and you, we get into the ring. The ring announcer says go, and we go. I was going to do you a favor and just make it end quick. But now I'm going to make it last 90 seconds. I'm going to do things to you in the ring that you never imagined. Me and you, we get into the ring. You sign an agreement. Me and you, we sign an agreement that if we get hurt, we get hurt. We sign the agreement to accept any responsibility for injuries. Me and you little piece of garbage blogging material. Me and you, we get in the ring together and we go. And we'll see how tough you are. Well, you can, before you get in the ring, you could, you know how guys stretch out? You could run your mouth like you ran your mouth to the guy on the other side of the fence. And then when we get in the ring, we'll see what you got. I bet you ain't got nothing. I bet you got nothing in the ring. I bet you your mouth. I bet you don't get in the ring with me, no matter how much money. And don't worry about whose money it is. What difference does it make? The winner gets the money. I'll put up $10,000 of my money. I don't care where you get the $10,000 from. You could get it from anybody. I don't care, as long as the money is put in escrow before we get in the ring. I don't care where you get the money to wager me. It ain't going to make no difference where you got the money. In a few minutes, that's going to be my money anyway. Because number one, you're going to lose. You'll lose any physical activity that you and I do. Anything. Moving rock, digging a hole, using a pickaxe, carrying plywood, shoveling gravel, raking gravel, hitting a punching bag. You'll lose any physicality, anything. You'll lose. Because first of all, you're handicapped both mentally and physically. Mentally, you're handicapped that you believe you can do things that physically you can't do. So basically, your mouth is writing checks that your body can't cash. That's the simplest way I could put it. Your mouth runs checks your body can't cash. You will never, tough guy that you are, tough guy, I want to fight Barry Jordan, tough guy, Barry Jordan, you would get your little ass kicked from one end of the universe to the other. If you ever got into a legitimate ring, why don't you wager Barry Jordan? Oh, you always trying to sneak. You're a snake. You're a fraud. You're a frail little man with a broken ego. You're always trying to trick Barry Jordan to come and see you so that he could get arrested traveling to see you. We know what you're about. You're a snake. You're a sneak. You're a liar. You're a deceiver. And as a human being, on a scale of 1 to 100, you're a minus 22. You're nothing when it comes to a human being. You always talk about human. Human? You want to talk about human? You who constantly abusing somebody's wife or girlfriend, or you have to throw your opinion up whether or not a relationship should be intact or not intact, or it should go ahead or not go ahead. According to who? According to you? You don't hear anybody else doing that. Well, you do, but not so often. But you are the main antagonizer on YouTube. You're a piece of garbage. You're a piece of worthless blogging material. You're a coward. You're a straight up and down coward. You would never get in a ring with Barry Jordan. You would never get into a physical altercation with Barry Jordan. He would kick your ass. He would tear you up. He would tear you up in seconds. First of all, he would win because he doesn't like you. Just on that alone, how many times you have said that Barry Jordan's father has molested him sexually? If he was thinking about that, he might not even be able to control himself. He might end more than your blogging career because you're a coward. That's what you are. You're a coward. Just remember that. And now he's posting under Passport and Barry J, the womanizer. The professor says they are working on the 8th or 9th generation of humanity. Very possible. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't prove to you how I know what goes on underground, but I can tell you that the technology we had in the 1970s was more advanced than anything I'll ever see in my lifetime. I'm just reading some of the comments. The thing. All right, here I'm back. Yeah, says James. Yeah, they talk of the tsunami causing bombs. Oh, they have. Oh, James. The guy who brought me into the Turkey nuclear power plant in Florida. He was the sergeant at arms on a nuclear submarine. He was in charge of the garrison that guarded the nuclear power plant. On a nuclear submarine, they have a working order that if you step over that line that says you're not supposed to be over that line, they can shoot to kill. This is not, it's not an option for the guard to take. If you are on a nuclear submarine and you walk into a restricted area, the guard is obligated to shoot and kill you. Now, he might only shoot and maim you, but if he shoots and kills you and you're on that side of the line, it's all on camera, of course, but there are no repercussions to shoot to kill on a nuclear submarine. And that guy brought me into the Turkey nuclear power plant in Homestead, Florida. And this is according to the comment about the tsunami bombs. He said in 1997, when I worked with him at Coconuts Bar and Grill, we both worked the door at Coconuts. He said that they had bombs, what they call doomsday weapons, under the ocean floor that were 200. The SAR bomb was 500 megatons or something like that. Now they have bombs that are big enough to be under a mile of ocean water. And when the bomb blows up, it would vaporize a square mile of ocean water and send up a flume into the stratosphere that could partially suck the atmosphere off the Earth. And those bombs were placed there by the U.S. Navy in case the world ever got invaded by an aggressive alien species. We could remove the atmosphere from the Earth, and then it would just get sucked up into the universe. And those bombs have been there since the 60s. They're called doomsday weapons. They actually exist. According to this guy, I didn't see them. And then every so often, a crew will go down and service them. But there are bombs big enough to suck the atmosphere off the planet or the flat Earth. Or at least leave nothing left for the aliens to control. So, tsunami bombs, those are easy. Those are small weapons. You go to Jim Stone's website, you'll see what, look up the cameras that were installed in Fukushima a few weeks before the Fukushima went boom, boom. And you'll see that Israel, in fact, Israel had the contract to replace the cameras. And instead of putting in some little camera that, like the size of a roll of toilet paper, to, you know, Israel put in cameras that weighed 1,000 pounds. That's fact. And they weren't cameras. That's right, James. Oh, that guy Jim Stone, he was the only person that had the information. I don't know how his website stayed up, but apparently it did. I'm doing good, Stork. James, thank you, Fazio, for this information. See, this is all information that's readily available, and I came across all this information. First of all, when I was writing my book, I found out stuff about the history of this so-called planet. The Earth is flat. But I found out information like they've been building underground cities since 1836. Who knew? I knew. Who can prove it? I can't prove it. I can't go down there physically. But they have places underground with technology, we're never going to, even if you were born today, you're not going to see the technology that we have from 50 years ago. Look at the camera that I just showed. Look at the, I'm only using my phone as an example, but we have gone from diodes and rectifiers to get amplification for television and radio waves to the internet in 50 years. The technology is probably alien to begin with, reverse technology, but even if it's not, why are we still using fossil fuels? There's no reason for fossil fuels. And for you people that believe that wind energy is a joke. Wind energy costs 3 times as much money as it costs to make the wind generator as the electric they get out of the generator. There is no advantage to windmills or wind energy, and even less so for solar panels. It costs twice as much energy to make solar panels as you could ever get out of the system. You can never retrieve the money invested into solar panels or wind turbines. It's not possible. First of all, talk about solar panels, because most of you be a little bit more familiar about solar panels than wind turbines, because wind turbines in and of themselves are an amazing thing, but it's a complete fallacy that they're making any strides in efficiency with the wind turbine. They cost millions of dollars to build and millions to maintain, and they just don't make any energy that justifies this. Just that General Electric and the other companies that make wind turbines make a lot of money, and that goes into the politicians' pockets. And you'll never hear the fraud, being that the fraud made a guest appearance here, you'll never hear the fraud talk about anything like this, because the fraud is an idiot. At best, he had a 7th or 8th grade education, at best. And he probably didn't do well at that. Don't look at his college record with A's and stuff like, Jesus. The courses he took, I could pass when I was a freshman in high school. Anyway, solar panels. I had a friend of mine that worked for the government. Seriously worked for the government. This guy was a real spy. And he lived in Key Largo. And he worked for the federal government most of his life. And then he worked from home designing some weird shit. I don't know what he did, but even back in 2005, he had some strange-ass computer room with computers everywhere and banks of electronics. Whatever he did, he did it for the government. And he lived right around the corner from me, and I did all of his landscaping and his flower beds and P-rock and all that stuff. And him and I were talking about he was going to get solar heating, solar panels, and they're going to put them on his roof. It was going to cost him, I think at the time, $25,000 for the solar panels. I think that's what it was, $25,000 for the solar panels. But he had to take, under his house, you were only allowed a certain amount of square footage of living space, because his house was not a 2-family, and he couldn't have a mother and daughter. So you were allowed a certain amount of square foot of, like it was a guest room and a garage. But he had to take up half of the downstairs for the battery room, for the solar panels, and whatever else had to be the pumps and whatever he had to put in there. He had to take up half his space for downstairs. So right away he loses $600 a month in rent that he had the place rented out, but he loses $600 a month in rent forever. $25,000 for the solar panels. But he needed a new roof, because if he was going to put the solar panels on, the roof was on for like 12 years, so he only had a few years left in the roof, so he had to put $12,000 into a new roof. And the solar panels don't cover the whole roof. They cover, aisles of panels, sections. So it was $12,000 for the highest quality roof that you could get for that house, for the whole roof. And then $25,000 for the solar panels. But the roofs in South Florida only lasted 10 or 12 years on the sunny side of the roof. On the lee side, 15 years. But on the sunny side, 12 years on any tar-based roof. So in 12 years, he'd have to take the roof and replace it, which would mean he'd have to take the $25,000 worth of solar panels off the roof, uninstall them, and then reinstall them on that side of the roof. Well, how much is that going to cost? And then solar panels, if they're giving you 95% energy efficiency the day you put them on your roof, 48 hours later, solar panels go down to from 95% efficient to about 82%, 78 to 82% efficiency. No one knows why, according to the solar panel company, but whatever the efficiency was at 95, it goes down into the low 80s, high 70s within 48 hours. Something changes chemically with the photosynthesis process. And then, with them using clouds to lower the temperature of the earth, South Florida now sees 20% less sun than it did 30 years ago. But he could never get the money out of it. He could never regroup $25,000 plus $37,000 plus $600 a month loss. He could never regroup that, ever. Not possible. And why did he want to do it? For a tax write-off. Did he do it? No, he didn't do it. But that's not the point. The point is, it's a scam. Nobody could ever get back the amount of money that they invest in solar panels back then or now. And wind turbines cost millions of dollars to erect wind turbines. They have them all over the ocean. Each one costs $1 million+. They never get half that money back in power, ever. And they only last a certain amount of hours they spin, and then you have to go out and put new coils in them, and the wind blades get destroyed from different types of debris. It's a joke. You're never going to get your money back from solar or wind generation. And nuclear is 100 times worse because it's destroying your genome from internally. Your body is being destroyed right now from 10,000 nuclear waste sources. Every single nuclear reactor and every single power plant and every single nuclear anything that they ever built is leaking or has leaked. They have no place to store it. It's got to be stored for 20,000 years. They can't keep track of what happened at the elections 6 months ago, who won, who lost, with $1 trillion worth of computers. The containers they put the radioactive waste in only last 200 years. There's been nuclear accidents that they can't go down to try to sort out for 10,000 years. They're destroying it on purpose. And in 100,000 years, they'll start to build it up again. Who knows why? Big Al. I don't know if he has erectile dysfunction. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. And I would never doubt anything that DQ Labs says. He's never lied about anything. He's always been right on the money. Yeah, that was a great movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was probably one of the greatest science fiction movies of all time. And it probably still is. I mean, the message is definitely clear. How many science fiction movies have the same message about the Earth being a violent place? I mean, the people that run the Earth, the flat Earth, the Earth is flat. The people that run, they are all criminals. Every one of them. I mean, you think when I call Trump a piece of garbage with arms and legs, Trump was a piece of garbage. I told you this when he started running for office 4 years ago. I stopped on Obama and went on to Trump. Now I have 800 videos that can't be posted on YouTube anymore because of what I said about Trump and Obama. And who Trump surrounded himself with. Who did Trump surround himself with? Dual citizens to Israel. Most of Trump's family has converted over to Judaism because Israel controls the world. You could believe what you want. Israel doesn't just control America. Israel controls the world. And Fukushima is proof of that. That will be the last time Japan ever messes with Israel. Yeah, basically, James, when they lose control, when the society builds up to a point where we see what they're doing to us, they destroy it. Now, it doesn't have to be a physicality type of destruction. It's what is happening now that everybody has accepted. You know, James, without saying too much, the Earth, the economy of the flat Earth has been destroyed. There is no more commerce. Do you not see that? Not you, James, but do the people not see? I mean, I had to go to 22 stores to get 5 rolls of tape to tape a wound on my leg. And I've been going to a variety, an assorted amount of 22 stores to get this tape, and it only appeared yesterday for the first time in however many months. And luckily, because I was down to the last half a roll. After this, I would have to go back to the box tape. And the box tape has given me a rash on my leg. So, there is no... Yeah. You want to see the only aspirin that exists in Bohol? This is it. It's an 80 milligram aspirin. There are no other aspirins in Bohol other than an 80 milligram aspirin. None. No pharmacy, no hospital, anywhere has any aspirin that's not 80 milligrams. There are no 100 milligrams aspirins. There are no bottles of aspirin. They just sell them in these little packages here, which keep them fresh, but these are 80 milligram. And there are no other aspirins in Bohol besides 80 milligram. Why are there 80 milligram aspirins but no 100 milligram aspirins? And 9 out of 10 pharmacies that you go into don't have aspirin at all. 9 out of 10 pharmacies that you go into don't have ibuprofen. 9 out of 10 pharmacies don't have wrapping tape. 9 out of 10 pharmacies have no gauze pads, and nobody has gauze wrap. The hospitals have a supply for their own use for the hospitals, but they don't sell the wrap. You go into the into a pharmacy and you want to buy hydrogen peroxide. Okay? Hydrogen peroxide. If you can find it in this size, you would be hard-pressed to find any in this size bottle, which is whatever size it is, this size. You'd be hard-pressed to find this. In the city, it's about 60, 65 pesos, $1.30. But in the province, the biggest bottle of this that you could find is about this big, about 2 ounces. And it's 60 pesos for 2 ounces. Why? This is a medical supply, a cleansing solution. They don't have it. So when this was available, I bought, of course, 5 bottles. And now, when I went to the pharmacy yesterday, they don't have any hydrogen peroxide. They have the little bottles for 60 pesos. This was 60 pesos for this big bottle, which is about 10 of those little bottles. So this would be 600 pesos worth of hydrogen peroxide. They are destroying the world without physical destruction. But the stores are starting to disappear. The money to build the stores is gone. Who's going to invest $1 million in a food store? I mean, there are people that invested millions of dollars in a bar and restaurant business. Closed it down. It's gone. Nobody's going to say, oh, well, it didn't work out. The government's not giving them $1 million for their loss. They had to pay rent. Most of those people paid rent for another year. They paid insurance for another year. They paid their mortgages, whatever they had, for another year. They paid off the equipment, and they went bankrupt. They're not going to do it again. Nobody in their right mind that is 50 years old, that spent 30 years building up a business and then it lost it in one day, is going to do it again. The destruction is complete. The cycle of destruction is complete. It's done. The end game is not coming. You are living in the end game. This is the Great Reset. The Great Reset isn't in 2030 like they said. This is it. This is the Great Reset. Let me go back to the comments. Militarization, of course. And who's in charge of the United States police force training? Israel, the most militarized country in the world. And believe me when I tell you that the Samson option, that's why Israel runs America. Most people have never heard of the Samson option, but Israel has controlled America for a very long time for a very specific reason that nobody wants to admit to, but it is factual. The professor, James, yes, he speaks of things he has heard from really smart people for a long time talking to the professor. Thank you, James. Do I think the sun will give off a big flash? I don't know. I never thought about that. I don't, I've never read anything that they can control the sun. I've never read or heard of anything. I don't believe the sun is where they say it is, that's for sure. Though. There are theories that the sun is 93 million miles from Earth. Then another physicist says 108, and another one says 75 million. And then there are theories that the sun is only 3,000 miles away. I have a tendency to believe the last theory long before I believe the other ones. But I don't know that they can... I don't know that they control the sun. I think something has put the moon and the sun in place to cause life, the ability for life to exist on Earth, but I don't think that the American government controls the sun or the moon, what goes on inside the moon. And there's theories that the moon is hollow and it was somehow built someplace else and brought here. I have a tendency to believe that. Bye-bye, Barry Jordan Hits Babies. Bye-bye. Dennis Adams says, Dennis, welcome to the machine, Dennis Adams. Welcome. Thank you. I sent you a couple of messages. I know you've been busy with your video. That's a great video you posted this morning, Dennis. Dennis Adams is a pretty good researcher. Better than me, that's for sure. When it comes to this new stuff, Dennis says wind turbines catch fire. Components inside the turbines fail, generating heat or sparks and igniting flammable materials such as plastics, resins, fiberglass, and hydraulic lubricants. Yet none of the wind turbines, nothing that they've ever built that generates electric from wind has ever been efficient. I mean, there are, first of all, the original wind turbines that they started building in the 80s and the 90s, they're all junk now. None of them are operating anymore. They didn't last 30 years. It's all junk. And the new ones cost millions of dollars. Yeah, and that's what I should have bought. When I was in America, I remember buying 500 tablet bottles of aspirin. And I bought, I think, one of those bottles back. And I had aspirin for a few years. At the time, I didn't take much aspirin, but in the Philippines, this little aspirin, it is ridiculous, too. Let me tell you what the cost of medical supplies. See this aspirin? 80 milligrams, right? Okay. For the 100 milligram aspirin, which I don't have, I have some out in my shop. They were 2 pesos for 100 milligram aspirin. But the aspirins I have outside, I found them the other day when I was working in the shop. They're a couple of years old. They're still good, but I just found a couple of them, just 5 or 6. These are now These were 1.2 pesos a few years ago. Now they're 2.5 pesos. So they went up 100%. So that's 5 cents each in the city. But in the province where I live, these are 4 pesos each, 8 cents apiece. So they went from 2.5 cents in the city to 8 cents in the province. So they went up almost 4 times, 3.5 times. It's crazy. And in America, you could buy a bottle of 100. The prices for medical supplies is astronomical. I mean, it's just off the chart. Now, I buy a cream that I just paid $100 for a pound of cream. $100. But that was $60 a year and a half ago. So that went up 66%. I lost my mouse. You hear that thumping noise? I lost the mouse. Yep, we're getting ready for a new computer, I'll tell you that. Pat Mays, I have no idea who you are. Unless you put your name and telephone number up on the screen or send it to me in a message, we will not talk about anything personal with you. I have no idea who you are. As far as I'm concerned, I've seen 2 comments from you last week. They both sound like you're a troll. And today's comment sounds like you're trolling as well. So, Pat Mays, you are 1 more comment away from being banned from my channel. Until you send me your telephone number and or your Skype address and your real name. I looked at your channel. It has nothing on it. You have an older channel. But you are a troll, Pat. So you are 1 comment away from being blocked permanently on my channel unless you put your real name and telephone number up, which I know you're not going to do. You are 1 comment away. I didn't ban you for your last 2 comments because I didn't respond to them, but I am responding now. You are a worthless troll, probably related to the fraud in some way, shape, or form. That's what I picture you to be. A troll, possibly even a troll account by the fraud itself. And remember, when I made the offer for me and the fraud to get into the ring, the fraud backed down. Coward, the cowardly fraud that he is. He would not get into a legitimate boxing ring with me because he knows what would happen, and it wouldn't take long. It would. Well, now it's going to take about 60 seconds longer than I originally planned. I'm going to make it last 90 seconds, but I'm not going to make it last much longer than that. So if the fraud ever decides to come out of his hole, cowardly little frail little individual, lying, scamming, deceptive little creature that he is, if he ever decides to take me up on a legitimate match in a legitimate boxing ring with a legitimate announcer and a legitimate ring and camera crew, I will teach the fraud that he made a mistake by talking stuff about Michael Fazio. And he just doesn't stop. I just watched the video this morning where he was talking, I thought the Island guy was a bigger piece of trash than Barry Jordan, but I was wrong. Barry Jordan is a bigger piece of trash than the Island guy. Let me tell you something about trash. You get into the ring with me, and I'm going to box you into a corner. I'm going to grind and pound and ground you. I'm going to hit you so many times with a left, you're going to be begging for a right. I'm telling you, you get into a I will get as much money as you could possibly, you and your, I saved $2,500 a month. You should have $500,000 in the bank. I'm sure that we could come close to matching that to get into the ring with me. I am absolutely certain that whatever you want to put up and you can prove that you exists, I will punish you. I will punish you. You will regret getting. In fact, what I suggest you do if you do decide to get into the ring with me is figure out. Remember, I told you I would get into the ring with you, and I'd let you wear a football helmet, and you still wouldn't get into the ring with me because I was going to go to work on your body. Remember that? I offered the fraud the use of an actual legitimate football helmet to get into the ring with me so I didn't damage his face. And he wouldn't get into the ring. And I was serious. At the time, I was serious. I said, and I was just trying to figure out how to get him into the ring. His mouth was right and checks his body can't keep. So I figured if you wear I offered to the fraud, I offered him the use of a legitimate, actual, real-life, professional football helmet so I didn't muss up his face. And he still backed down. And there was a $10,000 purse for the winner and $5,000 for the loser and all expenses paid. We could still do that, but no football helmet. I'm taking away the option for the football helmet because what I want to do is I want to help you move along with the dental work that is necessary. I want to help you get to where, I want to help you with that. And if you win, you'll have $10,000 and you could start putting new teeth in. If you lose, you're still going to get $5,000, but no helmet. You're not allowed to wear a helmet anymore. Could you imagine somebody offering you $10,000 to get into the ring with me? And you could wear a football helmet? And I would still do damage to you that you wouldn't possibly. You would regret it. But you're a coward and you won't get into the ring with me. LaRue, host friend, dear Michael, it's time for me to exit your live stream. Thank you, sweetheart. I will see you on your next. Thank you so much for your good words towards me. And I can say thank God to meet you here. I thank God to meet you here. Thank you, LaRue. You are a sweetheart. So could you imagine somebody offering you $10,000 to get into the ring with Fazio? And you could wear a football helmet. This way it wouldn't damage, well, at the time, what I thought you had teeth. But now I know better. You don't have teeth because you didn't put that video up proving that you have teeth. You didn't show any video that you have teeth. You wanted to see my teeth. I've showed you my teeth 3 or 4 times. But you still won't get in the ring with me because you're a coward. Now, we can make this happen. When you come back, we could make this happen. It'd be easy. I don't even need Warren for the wager. I don't even need anybody to back me up. I could do this myself. I could take my own money. So don't worry about me using somebody else's money to wager you, but you don't get a football helmet this time. See? You should have took the wager that I was going to give you a football helmet to get in the ring with me. But this time, 2 things have to happen. 3 things. You have to sign a waiver for damages. You accept that you get damaged or you can do damage. I accept that I can get damaged or do damage, number 1. And we're going to use 4-ounce gloves, and you don't get a football helmet to wear. And with those 4-ounce gloves, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to teach you that you've been running your mouth for 5 years on YouTube, and that when I'm done with you, you won't be running your mouth for a while. You won't be running your mouth all over YouTube. Take that to wherever it is that you want to go with it. You little coward. I saw that the last time I posted the options to get in the ring with me, you said he's threatening me. And yet, you tried to use that with the NBI, and the NBI said, no. Before he said what he was going to do to you, he said this is a legitimate boxing match. He's offering you to get into the ring. This is not a threat, you punk. You punk. That's right, I just called you a punk. Probably one of the worst things that you could be in jail is a punk, because you would be the go-to punk on cell block A, B, C, and D. You need a little action? Go see the punk. And that would be you. Hey, pretty boy Karkevic. 4-ounce gloves could cause brain damage, that's for sure. LaRue, Michael McFarland says, goodbye from Michael McFarland. Pretty boy Karkevic. Mr. Fazio's hair is growing out. I'm not gonna cut my hair off. I'm gonna find me, I almost had a Filipina yesterday. I thought I had one, the girl at the tax office. Her and I were talking for about 20 minutes. And I asked her a question. The reason why the conversation lasted 20 minutes is, I said to the girl, can you swim? She said, of course I can swim. I said, can you swim from here, tax office, to the BOOKK Mall? She goes, no problem. I said, oh boy. So we talked. And we talked about a lot of different stuff. And we talked about her coming to my house and swimming with me. I talked about teaching her how to do snorkeling, possibly scuba diving. And because she could swim. It's what I'm looking for, a girl that could swim. So it got down to the point where, when can you come to my house? Well, first it went to, why are you here? Because the BIR took lunch, which is an hour. So we talked about why she was here. And she had to pay her taxes on time this month. And she says, well, can you pay my taxes for me? As soon as she said that, the conversation was almost over. Because if you came to the BIR with the intention of paying your taxes, that means you have the money in your pocket. Why would you ask me if I would pay your taxes for you if we're not dating? So my next question to her is, when are you going to come to Panglao to go swimming with me? And she said, well, I would, but I have a boyfriend. I said, so wait a minute. You just asked me to pay your taxes for you. Yes. I said, but you have a boyfriend. She goes, it's okay, you can pay my taxes. At which point I says, okay, well, it was nice meeting you, and I left. But she had an angle. She was working that tax angle. Anyway, it was a nice little respite. It was a nice little respite, nice conversation. At least I met a girl who said she could swim, the first one ever. All right, James, nice to have met you. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the chat as well. All right, I'm getting ready to leave myself because it is 1 o'clock, and at 1 o'clock, well, I would like to have something to eat, and then I have supplies that I bought yesterday that have to be put away. And then for those of you who saw the video I made that I sent out the other day that no one commented on, to my friends, I guess I can't blame you for not commenting. That was an odd video that I sent some of my close personal friends, but it's the best I could do. It's the best I could do, and it works. It's worked so far, and actually things are getting better. So That's when, now when you see me when I'm doing my work, now you know why my work is hampered. I could probably do 2 or 3 times as much work if I didn't have that little inconvenience in the way. And I'm about over that. I'm about over that. It's getting close to that point of removing that inconvenience from my life. So thank you, the professor. The professor is real and a friend. Ronald Jefferson. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I had a good time here today. I haven't done a live stream in a long time. Now, I also want to tell you that the fraud, he has taken full responsibility for taking the super chat button off my page. And I wonder if one day he'll be held accountable for that. Never know. But one thing I will tell you is that the fraud has committed many legitimate crimes on his property. And one day he may find that the institutions in Hawaii find out about those criminal activities that he performed on his property, and there may be penalties and fines and costs for plans and permits that were never applied for. They could range from anywhere from a few $1,000s to $5,000 to $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. Maybe even he would have to remove the work that he did on his property illegally. So in a way, one way or another, the fraud boasting that he is the sole entity responsible for taking down my channel, one way or another, there will probably be consequences for the crimes and criminal activity that occurred on his property. Just remember that when the time comes, and when they come to ask you what the heck is going on here, just remember that you boasted that you were the person responsible for taking the super chat button off my channel, and that there are dozens of people worldwide that want to straighten out some of the karma that you have created on YouTube. There are dozens of people that want that straightened out. So if in fact the time ever comes, you'll see that person, not me. You won't see my name on that form. You won't see my name on the form. In fact, someone else made me aware that the forms and that the institutions even exist. But there are people out there that dislike you a lot more than me. And they have, in fact, notified me that you will be getting visitors from the government soon. And that if any fines and penalties are possible, you might be hit with those fines and penalties. You won't see my name on the form, but you will see a name on the form that you're going to know who it is directly. So, and that person is a researcher beyond researchers. So I can't make you pay for taking my super chat button down, but somebody else made it perfectly clear that the amount of money, the small amount of money that I will lose in the next few years, you will pay in fines and penalties for doing illegal work. Let's leave it at that. And now we're going to say goodnight. I left you something to think about. You are on, it has happened. You are on the books to be visited by government officials. You are on the books to be visited by government officials. What they determined to happen is something I can't say and I can't control. But there are government officials that have been notified about what you have done, and you are about to find out if any fines and penalties exist. Because you take so much credit to destroy so many other people's reputations and names and girlfriends and wives and channel, that somebody decided to help you along with a little bit of discrepancies. You piece of human, walking, talking, low-class blogging material. That's what you are. He did, Dennis. Actually, my PayPal donations are working out quite well. So now, no one knows what I do, how much money I make on PayPal, and the latitude. YouTube has cuts you a wider latitude on what you say. So videos that would normally have been demonetized, now they're demonetized anyway. So no big deal. But you have screwed up royally, because you have pissed off someone that did a bunch of research on your domicile and found all kinds of indiscrepancies in square footage and living areas and how many bathrooms and what electrical and what plumbing work was done on your property. And the authorities have been notified about that. Not me, not going to see my name on it, but you will know who did it. And they just told me just this week that it was done months ago, or a month ago. So to the fraud, any money that you cost me probably will be, if you were in Monroe County, Florida, what you did illegally would be in the tens of thousands of dollars range in penalties and fines. And you'd have to remove the illegal work that was performed on your property to begin with. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for... Good night, Michael McFarland, Dennis. That's true. Pat Mays. I don't know who you are, Pat. You have a channel with nothing on it. You're a troll. I've been watching... What, do you think I'm going to keep track of Pat Mays? Did you send me your telephone number like I asked you? Send me your phone number. Put a picture of you in a video. The only people whose attention I pay are the people whose faces I see. I'm hurt at what you called me. I only wanted to be friends with you. Then if you wanted to be my friend, I would know what you look like. I would know your telephone number. I would know where you live. You would have videos on your page of what you do, of who you are, of what you're capable of. You're a troll, Pat. And as I said, one more comment, and you're getting blocked, and you are now getting shit canned off my channel, because I don't see Pat Hayes' telephone number or picture or a way to contact you. And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not. Here you go. Bang. Gone you are. So you got your 5 minutes of fame. I asked you for a specific thing. Your phone number, a picture, Skype address. Don't make another comment till you post that on my page. And you wanted to push the envelope. There you go. I only wanted to... You're a troll. You always were a troll. The last 2 comments before today's comment are troll comments. This is a troll comment. Something wrong with you inside your head, Pat. Everybody, thanks for watching. The professor. And possibly jail time. It's not criminal what he did, but it's definitely against the law. Well, it's going to cost a lot of money to correct. If they decide to make him correct it, it's going to cost him a whole lot more than 2 or 3 years of my super chat are going to cost me. And now, thanks for watching, and I'm Big Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. And one more thing. I sat here at this table here. I drank 2 bottles of water. I sat here for 4 hours and 34 minutes. I didn't have to get up and smoke a cigarette because I'm weak like you are, you creepy little blogger. You're a weak man. You're a fragile, weak, frail little man, shell of a man, shall I say, that you couldn't go 4 hours without smoking a cigarette because you have no self-control. And then, of course, remember that song, Mother's Little Helpers? Yeah, you remember that song. Remember that song, Grace Slick? Grace Slick made about the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit. No, you're not on the White Rabbit. But remember that song, Mother's Little Helpers? I think it was a Stone song. Without those bad boys, you would fall apart. You would fall apart. Without the help, assistance that you need. So, without smoking cigarettes, you would fall apart. You can't control yourself for 20 minutes. You couldn't sit in one place for 4 hours. You're not capable. First of all, you're too weak. Your body is too frail to sit down on a box. I'm sitting on a wooden box now. I'm not sitting on a sofa or a reclining chair. Here, let me show you what I'm sitting on. Let's see the frail man. Let's see the frail man sit on a wooden box for 4.5 hours. Let me show you what a real man can do. A real man can sit on this wooden box for 4 hours. See? Wooden box. No cushion. I sat on a wooden box for 4 hours. And why? Because my back, my body, my legs, my lower back, my spinal column, they're all working together with one another in conjunction. And that I keep exercised. And I walked, yesterday alone, I walked backwards. I walked a 1/2 kilometer backwards, and then I turned around and walked forwards for a 1/2 kilometer. And then I realized that if I wanted to get to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, well, before they took their lunch break, that I would have to take a hobble to the jeepney terminal. So I did. That was about 9:30 in the morning because it takes an hour to get there. And then it takes a 1/2 hour or so in the accountant's office. That's another thing, the frail man. He had the super chat button up on his channel, and he had to take it down because he can't, well, he didn't make any money, but he had to take the super chat button off because any money that he did make, he'd have to pay taxes on. And the frail man is not only frail physically, but mentally he's weak. He's not smart. His education is minimal. I've said many times he's incapable of spelling, speaking. He gets a lot of stuff backwards as if he's part dyslexic. I don't know if dyslexic has a play in the frail man's worthless vocabulary, or his low IQ takes over with and makes it appear that he's dyslexic. But something is lacking in the way the dendrites have the synapses. in his brain. Something is lacking big time. He keeps getting pesos and dollars mixed up. Now, either that's a byproduct of being small education or low IQ, low brow, or it's possibly a little bit of dyslexia, or it could be from a pre-existing medical condition that everything is just a little bit off. He keeps talking about Warren gave me $40,000. Warren gave me $40,000. Warren gave him 40,000 pesos, if that's even true. But he didn't give him $40,000. But he always gets pesos and dollars mixed up. Now, either he's a little stupid or he's dyslexic. Or he has a medical condition that makes it appear that he's a little stupid and he's dyslexic. In other words, if you were to drink 6 or 7 ounces of alcohol and get behind the wheel of a car, you know that you're going to make mistakes. So his medical condition could be causing him to appear to be a little stupid or have low IQ because of, who knows, something is wrong inside the little man's head. The little fella. Now, let's see. Dennis Adams, have a good day, Michael. Thank you. Oh, no, that's right. I sat here for 4.5 hours on this box and I didn't get up to pee. Why? Well, because I have full control over my body functions. I peed before I got on my box. If I had to pee, I'd tell you I have to go pee. But my body works the way it's supposed to. I don't have the frailties. I'm not a frail little man. Frail is almost making him sound like Genghis Din, whatever that guy's name is, Genghis Khan. Frail. That's an overstatement, him being frail. He's more like a girl, like a little girl. That's what he's more like, a little girl. The way he runs his mouth from the safety of barbed wire. I'll just run. Let me tell you what a real man would have done. That guy, I still don't know who that guy was, but a real man. Now, people have corrected me on this. Big Al corrected me. He didn't need to correct me. I was not mistaken. When you were running your mouth behind the safety of that barbed wire fence, I said a real man would pull the castle doctrine on you. Now, Big Al tried to correct me and say the castle doctrine or stand your ground. No, I said it correctly. The castle doctrine. Figure it out for yourselves. But that guy running your mouth like that out in the middle of nowhere would have definitely been a check, writing a check with your body that your body can't cash. I wouldn't care if you had a shovel. I wouldn't care if you had a 2x4. You, and he knows you, running your mouth like that to me in public would cause a bigger problem than you could ever comprehend and that you could deal with. You are YouTube's biggest fraud. You are a frail little man. You're a coward. You are a liar. You're a thief for all the time you spent stealing from people. You play this game. You hide your face. One day somebody's going to grab you. Somebody in Hawaii or somebody in wherever it is that you are. And they're going to walk up to you and say, hey, remember me? That's what's going to happen. Or remember you yelled at my dad? Or remember you said I did such and such to my son? One day you're going to pay the price for that crap you're on. And why are you not on YouTube? Because you're a coward. You did something where someone said to you something, get off YouTube or else. That's my opinion. I believe that you have been given an ultimatum and that you're too cowardly to say, no, I'm not going to abide by that. I believe that someone finally made you understand what a piece of worthless blogging material you are. The kind of stuff that you discard like lint out of someone's pocket. That's how much respect you get in the YouTube community. Like a pile of lint out of a belly button, just discarded. I believe someone said to you, get off YouTube. I believe someone decided to make you aware that you were the piece of worthless blogging material that you are. And I didn't have to get up and pee, I did not. And I certainly didn't pee on the floor like that piece of garbage peed in the movie theater. Oh my God. Don't know how he got the super chat button off there. Thing had to be awful rusted. Rusted. He had to take his own super chat button off because I made it perfectly clear that all of those people were harassing me that I didn't pay taxes. And I said everybody who harassed me better be paying taxes. And I don't think any of them are. I think I'm the only legitimate taxpayer in the Philippines YouTube community. Or at least I've never seen proof that anybody else is, but none of my business. But that guy, it would have been my business because he's a thorn in everybody's side. And anything that anybody can do to make his life better, to make his life more legitimate, I think we should do it. All right, that's it. So that was what I wanted to say. I haven't peed, eaten anything, I don't smoke anymore. Yep, the frail little man. Coward. You're a coward. You're a coward. You're a little girl in a man's body. You never would ever would you ever stand up to anybody who you run your mouth to. Who did you run your mouth to? Let's just go through the list. You run your mouth to Gary? Psst. I would be willing to bet money that Gary wouldn't even hit you. I'd be willing to bet that Gary wouldn't hit you for fear of what would happen. Gary's in good shape. Gary spends time in the gym and he works the bag and Gary would probably be afraid to hit you. He'd probably want to, but he probably wouldn't. So you don't have to worry about fighting Gary. And Obama, he would hit you. He would do things to you that would make your life, turn your world upside down forever. Big Kevin would destroy you in seconds. Bob Cooper, destroy you in seconds. These are all people that don't like you. Even that piece of garbage, Dave. I bet you even Dave could beat you into the ground. Turn you into a mumbly peg. That little creepy liar, Dave. Roberto, we know what Roberto could do to you in seconds. Pinoy Troll could beat the living piss out of you. Probably. I wouldn't give you, if you and Pinoy got into the ring together, I would give you, I don't know, seconds. Seconds. He looks like a little scrapper. And everybody else that you run your mouth to, I don't see you running your mouth to the guy who dumped the rock on your property wrong. You didn't go down and running down the driveway after him. You cowered down like a little girl that you are, a little sissy girl. Well, it's not it's not exactly where I wanted the rock. Why didn't you go after him like you went after the guy on the other side of the barbed wire fence? He costed you money. He didn't cost you nothing. He saved you $1,000 in time, probably saved you from getting a heart attack. But why didn't you run your mouth to him? Why? Because there was no fence between you and a man. That's why you didn't. And he does a man's work. That guy get out of the truck, probably bitch slap you, and you'd be crying like a little girl. Because that's what you are, a little girl in a man's body. Yep. And all the threats, still waiting. Still waiting. I'm coming to your house, Fazio. Gonna collect money. Still waiting. Still waiting. That was a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Coming to your house, gonna collect money. You owe me money. I'm still waiting. You got a big mouth, and your body will never be able to cash those checks that your mouth is writing, because you're a sissy. You're a coward. You're a little girl in a man's body. And the professor says he's 5'11", 145 pounds, and slim. Less than 60 seconds, he would devour you. You wouldn't stand. Well, you have so many people that don't like you. So many people. The little people, the little creatures on YouTube that make fun of me. When I make the offer to come and see them, they don't take the offer. Why is that, do you think? Why? They know I'll come. I'm different than you are, dude. They know I'll come. I've been begging that guy up in Manila, Subic Bay, wherever, that little creepy little man up in, he said he was going to do it. He still didn't tell me how to get to his house. Still didn't do that. I've been asking him, just give me directions. I'll go there. There's no problem for me to go there, get there, and make that video, that viral video. See, the difference between me and you is when I tell somebody I'm coming, I'm coming. That's the difference between me and you. You are a coward. You work off of fear. You're a fear-mongering coward, little girl. I'm coming to you. You didn't come though, did you? No, you didn't. You didn't come, and it's good that you didn't come, because then you got to blog for 2 more years. You would have not been blogging for 2 more years had you come to my house. Probably would have gave up blogging altogether. Probably would have been, well, this blogging got me into a world of doo-doo. I'm not going to be blogging anymore. Little girly man, little girl is off YouTube permanently. Somebody said to him this, that, and the other thing, and he realized the stuff hit the fan, baby. Adios, everybody. Thanks for stopping by, and remember, this is Michael Fazio giving it to you straight in the Philippines. And if you have any questions, well, about paying taxes, there is a website for the Bureau of Internal Revenue Service up for your area. You can Google, and they have all the rules. And if when the tax sheets start, you have to start on a certain day. I had to start by July 27th, 2020. If I didn't start that day, I would have had to shut off my Patreon, YouTube, and PayPal, of course. And if I didn't start on that day, I would have to wait until next July 27th. So there is a cutoff for each different type of business. I suggest you look up if before you start collecting money on YouTube or other methods of earning money in the Philippines, I suggest you look up the rules, because the consequences of not paying taxes and then the accrued taxes and the late penalties are probably every 30 days double what the taxes would have been. Big penalties. So when I get around to notifying the authorities that I believe there are other people that are not paying taxes, we'll find out whether or not they have broken the rules. I haven't done that yet. I may do it and I may not do it. But thanks for watching, and God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines. This has been a subsidiary of Al Battaglia. Al Battaglia runs a channel that does comedy, and he calls it a rotten tooth production. And I like that. So I'm going to work under the guise, under the sub-license of a rotten tooth production. I'm Big Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. Bye-bye for now. I have work to do. Real work. Man's work. Men's work. Work that little girls can't perform. Bye-bye. Finished. We're okay. We're okay, baby.